night or broad daylight, she's bringing the truth into the fight. Shining a light where the shadows creep, for the lost, the stolen, the ones who will weep. She won't turn away, she won't back down, even when the loony clowns come round. Threats don't shake her, lies don't win. She stands for justice, right till the end. Want the truth, want the best, wanna be safe as you chat. Find Kid True Crime, it's worth your time. She's got your back, she's on the line. YouTube, Twitter, TikTok too, Facebook stream, she'll fight for you. Chase fame, some chase views, but she fights for those with nothing to lose. For the kids who vanish without a trace, she won't stop till she cracks the case. They try to silence, they try to scare, but truth don't break and she's still there, calling out monsters, showing their game. Justice comes when you speak their name. Want the truth, want the best, wanna be safe as you chat. Find Kid True Crime, it's worth your time. She's got your back, she's on the line. YouTube, Twitter, TikTok too, Facebook stream, she'll fight for you. Need a voice, kids stand strong. She makes the choice for victims gone, for those in need. She's fighting hard, she won't concede. Want the truth, want the best, wanna be safe as you chat. Find Kid True Crime, it's worth your time. She's got your back, she's on the line. YouTube, Twitter, TikTok too, Facebook streams, she'll fight for you. At the end of the day, this is all we have to say. Viper will always have her back. He will kick you right in the sack.
Oh my God, I was muted. Okay, we're going to talk about Hidden True Crime. I don't know if you guys know who Hidden True Crime is, but we're going to go there right now. Hold on. I was kind of listening to some of this, and it's kind of upsetting. It's kind of triggering, actually. And I just want to review some of the stuff. Okay, this is Hidden True Crime. I know them because of, them. Because of them knowing Kate Woodcock. That's how I found out who these people were. But they're professionals, in their field. He's a doctor. She's a former journalist, and they are YouTubers. But she's being stalked and bullied by somebody online, you guys. So what happened? The gist of it that I'm getting here. Hold on. Okay. What happened is she got live chat. Hold on, let me fix this. She became friends with somebody or worked with somebody on YouTube, Okay. And I don't know what happened, but this is what she's going to talk about. She's going to talk about the person, not telling who the person is, but I found the person who is doing this to her, and the maid one, and then there's a bunch of mean girls. Okay, this is the gist of it that I'm getting. Okay, I mean, this is a 9 hour live. We're not going to probably do the whole thing in one time, but I feel really bad for her. It's really triggering to me because I know. Now, let me tell you something. I'm going to cut myself off here. Her and her husband is kind of bowed down to. People really like them. They bow down to them. I don't mean to, it sounds like that, but nobody dislikes them or says publicly they dislike them. Now, when you're a new YouTuber or you got a bunch of mean people coming at you for the very, 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 very first time, okay, it is so overwhelming, and you actually you do suffer a lot of mental anguish. I mean, you like you're afraid of an avatar. It's really hard to explain. If you, I've had it. I've had it. I'm not afraid of people no more. You know what? I've been through it. But I know what she's going through because no one's ever done anything like this to her before through her career or whatever it may be. So it's got to be scary to her, right? And I just want to go through it because it's kind of bothering me. And I want your guys' opinion. Anybody can step in at any time. If not, cool. But okay, here's the thing here. What made her all upset, and this is what I think is going on here, in my opinion, and I'm not hating on Lauren. I don't want her to think that. I actually feel really, really, really bad for her. I think because her personal information's coming out, okay, because Law and Crime somehow found out that she has a stalker and there's a order of protection. Emergency OP was granted, but you have the emergency and then you have a court hearing, and then that's where you present your whatever, present your documents and proof, right? Law and Crime um, found out about this, and they actually got approved for the video, paper, and whatever to film this. Okay, she found out, right? And she kind of lost her mind, and I don't blame her. But see, this is the weird thing and sad thing. I say always keep your stuff. It's very tricky. You put yourself out there when you're doing true crime, and it's sad you'd have to go through anything like that. But you put yourself out there. You're a public figure. But in certain cases, like this is a civil thing, and it has to. She has children. I don't know how old they are, but she needs to protect those kids. And I feel this should not have been okay by the judge, in my opinion. Any order of protection, right? If anybody's, you need to be protected, right? You need to protect your kids. So I don't understand why a judge would allow recording of this proceeding. I don't understand that because it has to do with protection. I don't get it. I mean, you can go into the courtroom and all that. That's totally different. So I don't know. So this is what I think she's doing because there's some stuff that's going to come out with her and these mean girls and the maid one. I think she's trying to get ahead of everything because they got her so stressed out because some stuff's going to come out, right? So what Lauren is doing here, she's putting that all out there before anybody can. And maybe I think this is a good idea the way she's doing it, just like I've had to do with people. When people come at me or come at me in a threatening way, what do? I go live. I tell people this is who's doing this. This is what they're saying to me. So if anything happens to me, it is public. So I think her doing this is a very good idea. Okay, let's get to it. All right.
And then do you know what happened?
Uh-oh.
Somehow, someone decided to let Law and Crime know about my civil stalking injunction. And Law and Crime decided that they deserved to have cameras in the courtroom while I am explaining what my family has been going through for months. The Law and Crime, I don't know, is it a slow true crime month? They thought that my family's pain should be live streamed on their trial channel. I am a limited public figure. I'm just a mom who has a YouTube channel. And yes, I've become a limited public figure. I'm not Johnny Depp. I'm not Amber Heard. I'm not Gwyneth Paltrow. I am a mother trying to protect my family and my little boy.
Oh.
And I am a journalist who has never, ever in my life heard of anyone streaming a civil stalking injunction. Ever. It is not something you do. And why? Because it's someone that is being abused, that is attempting to escape something dangerous. I never wanted to do this live. But because of what Law and Crime did, I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction because I am never, ever going to let my child's mental health be live streamed for entertainment.
Isn't that just I can feel her anxiety, I can feel her pain. Um, Law and Crime, I don't know how you feel about Law and Crime. Okay, let me tell you something about Lauren. Lauren and her husband, they are in the mix of everything, okay? Um, the Delphi case, you name it, they're there. They they get all the interviews, they do all that, right? But I feel Law and Crime has gotten trashy throughout. I would say the last year and a half, maybe 2 years, I feel Law and Crime has gone downhill, as in a respectful channel. I mean, this is just my opinion. That's how I see them. They got all hi Spitfire. Have you heard of this? I really feel bad for her. My heart is aching about this. I haven't watched the whole thing. I watched probably the first half hour or so, and I'm like, oh God, I want to share this because I feel the reason why I'm doing this because I'm sure other people have gone through this. I know I have, not to her extent, but this is the first time she's ever had to deal with stalkers and being bullied. I've already done that. I've already been through it. Okay, and let me tell you, when it happens to you, it is so fucking overwhelming. Even if it's just an avatar. Hi. Okay, so here we go. And we will later, at a later time, we're there's no way we're going to be able to listen to this whole thing in one time. I did find the girl doing this to her. Okay. Yes, I did. Because she's not sharing the person's name, but it wasn't hard to find out. Because if I have to, I will stick up for her. Yes, I will. That girl don't scare me.
And I find it disgusting that anyone would want to do that to me or my family, a civil stalking injunction. My 8-year-old's mental health is not your entertainment. I wanted to keep this private. I wanted to keep my pain and the bullying and the abuse and the harassment and the defamation and the pain that I have been dealing with.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to stop it, but I have to for fair use. I think her talking about this is going to help her through this instead of trying to do it behind the scenes, because that didn't work, obviously. I think this is going to help you. That's just my opinion. Yes, long crime, yes. I think you should continue with this order of protection, right? But you get a hold of that judge. You can write some documents and do it privately. Have it a closed, like a hearing. Did you? I feel so bad. I do. I could feel her pain. I've been through stuff like this, and this is long crime is trashy. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, let's get to it. I'm going to be quiet. I promise. We'll get through this.
Behind the scenes for months. I wanted to keep it private. Not live stream to millions of people watching Law and Crime. And so, if Law and Crime thinks that my family's pain and emotional turmoil is worthy to be on their channel, that they're going to be pool, which means they can share it to all media platforms. This is just for everybody. Then I'm going to take back my narrative, and I'm going to own my narrative, and I'm going to tell you everything tonight. We're going to go through every filing. We're going to go through a lot. So get ready. My hand has been forced. I am very uncomfortable sitting here. But the reason and where I have found my bravery to do this is really, again, for my little boy. Do you want to know a wrath of a mother? Here I am. Okay. And so we're going to begin. I need to collect my thoughts. I know what's next, but really quickly, I have my producer Grayson here with me, helping me. Let me just ask you, it's going to be a long live, so sit in. I might need a bathroom break at some point. I haven't been able to eat. I'm not eating. So I have root beer here for sugar high. I have my water. Really quickly, Grayson, do we want to start with what a civil stalking injunction is in Utah or before? Okay. So let me share with everyone now. Do you have that pulled up? It's going to be a really raw live. Get ready. So let's just go over stalking in Utah.
Okay, we know what stalking is.
A judge can grant an order that tells one year 2 or more times and in a way that would cause a reasonable person to suffer emotional distress or be afraid for the person's own safety or the safety of someone else. Yes. And I'm going to point out, it looks like Grayson did not highlight threatened. I'm going to throw threatened in there because what happened after the stalking injunction, I took as threats as well as other things. You can decide for yourself because we'll go through it all.
Oh my God,
Okay.
what am I doing wrong?
Let's start with this. It's going to be
Hi,
a
Karen.
very vulnerable video of myself behind the scenes. I never thought or knew if I would make this video public. I only revisited it again today. But this was a month-ish ago, and I was dealing with ideation, self-harm. It's the first time in my life that I have been experiencing this because of everything happening.
Yeah, that's too bad.
And so at that point, I was with Grayson, and I was not okay. And Grayson said, Lauren, I'm going to record this. She gave me permission to record. Don't worry, we'll never share this. But I want you to know there's hope. I want you to know that there's hope. And you have talked so passionately about now helping people with cyberbullying that maybe one day, like as a journalist, you need to start recording this process and what you're feeling. So trusting Grayson, knowing that she'd hopefully never make this public without my permission. And it was my phone. I said, yeah, okay, whatever, but don't ever show this to anyone. But I watched it, and we are going to watch 20 minutes of it before we begin, so you guys can understand just a bit of what I've been going through. And it's not all of it, but it's 20 minutes of a video. It's very, very raw. I'm feeling very vulnerable. And I feel like this is very, very important, because if I'm going to do this live, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to do it honestly. This is going to be a very honest show. So, and then after that, we'll go through everything else. So let's watch this. Whether or not this goes through, I don't know. I think that's where I think I'm willing to start talking, because I always just want to do things right. When they go low, you go high, and just do things right and rely on maybe responsible people to help. But I don't know if that's going to happen in this situation, and that's okay. But if it can't happen in this situation, that no laws or legal things can help me, then I at least want to finally talk about it, use my voice, and share what's been happening. Because I do want to help with cyberbullying now, and I know that I'm a public figure. I've never been. Hold on, just stop for a second. I was really zen before we started. Hold on.
Okay, I want to say this. People don't think I'm doing this to embarrass Lauren at all. No, people need to be aware that there's crazy people like this out there, and you don't have to be a creator, but it seems like creators get hit worse, right? On social media. Social media, I don't care what anybody says, is the devil's playground. I don't care. No matter how good you are, you will always, and it's not right, run into a situation like this. And she never has. And I can't imagine. But yeah, thank you. I found the one main girl, but there's a bunch of, there's a group of them. It's sick, 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 sick. Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to put out there, I'm not exploiting her. I think this is very good for people to know. Okay? And maybe just to let Lauren know she has support within, I don't know. She's in my heart right now. I'm feeling really bad for her. This is gross. Oh, God. I think she's doing this, and I think it's good she's doing this to take her power back, right? Because whoever knows those kind of things, it's going to come out anyways. Sadly. Sadly. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. She looks so worn.
I can't even process that. I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh, and I want John. And I'm worried about John. And I'm worried about my son. A lot of good stuff. But I just think, sorry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything will be okay. It really will. But I'm like a really resilient person, in my opinion. It's texting. You're good. What? You're good. Is it John? Mm-hmm. Actually, Mickey. And it's gonna be okay. But I don't know what to say. Other creators calling people I care about to tell them lies about me, slut shaming me. One woman is going around saying I lived with her brother, which, by the way, if I lived with some random dude in East Idaho, who the hell cares? But this is a guy I went on a single date with, never kissed, but now I've lived with him. What else? Finding out, like I said, fellow podcasters are calling people that I know to warn them about me and tell them that I had an affair on John with an investigator in the Daybell case that John knows really well and is friends with. That, I mean, it's been unending. The things I've had to continue to clarify every day, and then when I finally feel like I get a hold of it, so it's not just like the cyberbullying that's public, it's what's going on beneath the surface. That's so cruel, and none of these people have been willing to reach out to me, like fucking reach out to me. People that know me, that I've been kind to, are going behind my back telling people lies about me. No evidence. Never mind that they're supposed to be journalists. You have Lori Hellis, someone I've been good to that I've never brought up before. I was always good to her, claiming that I gave out 10,000.
Okay, Lori Hellis, I'm going to say it. I cannot stand that lady. She involved herself in the Daybell case. What she did, I don't think she's a good attorney. Okay, this is my opinion. I don't really think she's a good attorney. That case was a meal ticket to her. It was. She used anybody she could to get anywhere she could, to get information any way she could with the Daybell case. My opinion. And I will say something about Lauren and John. They're really, really kind of people. They really are. And these creators that are doing this, you people are sick. I don't know who all you are, but you people are sick. That's just wrong.
Copies of her book, and she's telling everyone to the point where we gotta get an attorney. But I've never sent out free copies of her book to anyone, ever. Telling the person that originally sent it to me that I did that to them. And then, of course, when she accuses of that, I then send it to our attorney. I guarantee you none of you received a book copy of Lori Hellis's book from me, despite allegedly 10,000 people. The idea that we were purposely changing our time, by the way, too. No, we had to get a babysitter. I don't know why. Doesn't matter. But it's like what this group mob mentality has been doing is taking all these old beefs and they're reaching out to them. And there was a whisper campaign, is the best way to say it. It's adult bullying, it's group bullying. It's believing without seeing. Screenshots of mine have been shared. Some when I've been angry at other creators. Got over it later. Those have been being shared. I'm ashamed of that. Maybe you can edit that later, but I'll just share everything right now. But I've owned it. I've owned that.
You said sorry to the people that needed it.
I said sorry to them. But those people continued on. Nobody again reaching out to me. And I have to be honest. Entire rooms shunning me where I belong, where I've helped, where I've given my entire heart to, and soul, being shunned because of lies, and of a whisper campaign and of adults who can't come to me and ask me what's true and what isn't, but rather go and start a cyberbullying campaign and join it and follow it as the lies continue, as they talk about my dead brother and my husband. And you know what it is? It's being dubbed dark. Like, that's what Joe and I have been talking about a lot too. Like, I feel like I'm like Charles Dallow running around, like trying to get people to understand what's going on and trying to figure out what's happening, and no one will talk to me. And then also they get labeled dark.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, it's not me. I'm good. This isn't me. And then just wondering about this world in general. I think I've been really depressed because I just think about this world in general and raising my son in it. And like, if there's any hope for kindness in this world and compassion and evidence, real journalism when you actually go to the person, not, realizing people are complex, that I'm complex, that I am who I am online. That is me. That is my genuine self. But maybe there's a little bit more to me too that I don't show everybody. And just because I don't see it doesn't mean I don't know physically that I'm not. And if people are wondering if I've stopped talking to more people online, my friends, my hidden gems, yeah, I have. Because I've always wanted to communicate and be close to hidden gems. But as I've done this past year, I've learned that there's a lot of them that just want to destroy me if they don't get out of me what they want. And if I don't act the way they want me to act or say what they want me to say, then they want to destroy me. Or if I speak up, I think a lot of this too is I've always spoken my mind. I don't know, I'm getting in the weeds. I don't know.
I think you can.
But yeah, I speak the truth. And when I see it, I say it. And when I think someone's a bully, I say they're a bully. But I guess that means the bully comes and bullies you when they learn that you think they're a bully. And that people, I just learned that people like public shaming. I don't know. I just worry about this world. That it's cruel.
Yeah.
And I am human. And I put myself out there. And for those reasons, I deserve more scrutiny and criticism. And I believe in public discourse and to criticize me when people feel I'm not doing what's right or best in the public eye. I deserve that. It's not what this is.
Yeah.
And the fact that rather than focus on making good art, which is what we say here in Hidden True Crime, it's quality over quantity, doing good, I've had to worry about my reputation, but also other people. I worry about you, Grayson. I worry about my husband. I worry about my little boy who's been really affected by this.
It's like consume our lives.
Because it doesn't stop and nobody can see it. And that's what frustrates people. Like, don't give it air. I know, I say that every day. We move forward every day, pushing through and performing because it doesn't. We know that. And I've never reacted to it until this moment publicly. Well, I don't think it's gonna be public, but like, just who knows? One day it might be. Like, I just want to like record this for like
Journal. Yeah,
or if it's ever needed for a documentary or to show my little boy that he's being cyberbullied, that I can get what he can't do. But like, it's like, it's so hard to explain to people. Like, nobody can see it, not even my friends. Like, my dearest friends, I'll talk to them about it, and they're like, just don't get online. I mean, it's what we all want to say. That's not it. There is a consistent and constant whisper campaign going on, and they're pulling new people in, and they're trying to destroy me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have to say that they've succeeded, but I have changed a lot in the past 6 months.
Yeah, you got to protect yourself. You got to protect yourself from these crazy people online. There's a very long life, but you will learn something. Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, my heart is aching for her right now because I've been there. And it's scary. It's scary. What was I going to say? I hope her doing this helps her. I really do. And I don't know who all these girls are yet, or these mean girls, I'll call them. But I mean, are they jealous? Are they angry of her? I mean, do you? Obviously, you're not happy in your own life that you're trying to destroy somebody else's. That's sick. That's sick.
And not for the better. I don't think I'll ever be as kind or open to people that I meet at trials or people I hire. I think I'm going to be less social. I think I'm going to probably be more of a homebody. I don't know if I'll travel as much at trials anymore. I'll still make good work and I'll get past this. But I think I worry about John's health. He's not healthy, and I worry. His blood pressure is up. He's in more pain. He's angry. Calling fucking UNLV.
I think in some ways, maybe I can share like an observation. I've seen you almost like not question yourself, but like they filled your head with so many lies about yourself to the point where you've been like, did I do this? Could I do this? And you know, things like messages where they've like told you that you talk badly about these victims and things like that. And like, I'll be the first person to say it. Like, this may never go up, but like, I went through 6 years of your private messages. It took me 40 to 50 hours. I think I know you better than anybody in the world does.
You guys,
aside from John.
Imagine 6 years of Facebook Messenger messages,
Text messages, everything.
and finding out that people are saying horrible things about me because I said horrible things in private messages that are leaking. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like, I'm gonna be the first to be honest. Like 6 years of messages. I hope all of you would be afraid. I hope you'd be afraid too. And so 6 years of messages talking every day. A lot of us were like bar talk, right? Like even drinking, like having like a glass of wine and sitting and talking to friends. And then these friends get angry at you. They turn on you and they clip them in weird ways. And so I was like, Grayson, like I couldn't get a hold of it. I was so confused. I finally was like, Grayson, because I kept hearing things I said and I couldn't find them. Or then I figured out, and I was like, that's so taken out of context. Like, come on. And so I said, Grayson, you have a new job. And it was not in your job description. You are to go through 6 years of my messenger messages and texts, everything I have ever said since, not 6 years, was it 5.5, 5 years?
Started in what, 2019 or 2020? 2020.
He said, you're about to know me better than my husband, John, because John would want to do this. And these are like probably like journals they didn't want to burn. You know what I mean? And you're like, I said that one night, but I only felt like that for an hour, but it's now there forever.
Right.
So, and you did it. You did it. She knew the assignment. how many days and how many hours?
There was a lot of days. There were a lot of nights I was up until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning going through, figuring out, okay, this one, we could talk about one. I think it's really funny. Everyone has this rumor that you called somebody a swinger, and you were like, where did this come from? I don't remember ever doing that. And I was like,
this person's not a swinger. I never thought this person was a swinger. What is this? And everyone's like, she called her a swinger. I'm like, she defamed me. She told everyone who's a swinger. I'm like, who the hell did I call a swinger?
So
I didn't call anyone a swinger.
I went through.
I found it on accident.
I found it. And I called you giggling, and I said, Lauren, I found it. You did call somebody a swinger. It was because they were on a swing in their profile picture, and you made a joke, but they got clipped. That got clipped. So, and there's been a lot of those.
There was somebody on a profile picture of a swing, as this person will tell you we've never been friends, and someone said, look at this picture of her swinging, and I said, why do I think she dabbled in swinging?
And you didn't remember it because it was.
It's never been shared outside of the text messages.
No, it was you and 2 other people.
Screenshots have been passed around of this, and it's actually not the real screenshot.
Yeah,
it's like, but I said it.
I mean, it was you and 2 other people.
Yeah, that's a great example. You also said I'm a lot funnier than you thought.
I did. I was like, I will say, I think we've gotten closer through this.
What did you say? You said there are a lot of dynamics going on.
I said I think I know the dynamics of true crime better than anybody at this point. I can walk in a room and see somebody I've never met and be like, this person connected that person because that person hates that person and that person's brother did this to that one. No, but but that shows you the context, right? You might have called somebody an asshole one day and that got clipped and sent to them, but really, if the full messages came out, you called that person an asshole because a victim was on the defense for something and you were protecting them, right?
Yeah, I was actually always protecting victims. Well, that's what's.
I think that's been like, and
Oh, I think the other thing too is like I am a lot more colorful behind the scenes.
I love that F word.
John and I, we like to keep our podcast clean. It's clean language. That's who we are. Like we just want to keep it clean. But the language I use when I'm not on camera isn't always clean. I don't know. If that makes any fucking sense, but. Oh, the most vulnerable video I've ever showed here, but I do pride myself on being a very honest person. So who you know on camera is me, and that was a little bit more of me behind the scenes that I don't show because yes, there are parts of my life that I like to keep private. So we're going to go through everything. A lot of you are maybe asking questions during that. I don't understand. I don't understand. I want to start with that because I think that you're going to understand it all a lot more as we go through everything tonight. So here we go. I'm going to start, by the way, when I say everything, not to get you guys scared, but these are all the court filings. And we got exhibits and we got evidence. So before we delve in to my first declaration, which is what got me the temporary civil stalking injunction, I'm going to set the stage and give you guys a bit of a timeline. So let's just explain a few things that matter. As many of you know that are my hidden gems, I call this setting the stage. Let's set the stage before getting into all these documents. And that takes us to April of 2024. I also want to point something out. I am not going to use my stalker's name during this video. So I am going to refer to her as my stalker. That is what I will be dubbing her. April of 2024 is when it all begins. That is when I meet my stalker in Boise, Idaho at the Chad Daybell trial when she shows up for a few days attending as public. She's public. She's interested in the case she's watching. She introduces herself as a fan of my podcast, and she gifts me a cell phone microphone and a tripod. I also meet another fan of the podcast at this trial named Lori, also attending as the public. So not to be confused with Lori Daybell or Lori Hellis. This is Lori, someone attending as public named Lori. Then there's Lindsay. Lindsay is a podcast producer, and Lindsay starts doing part-time production work for me at this trial. She's quite good. She's very talented. And then there is my stalker. And my stalker also befriends Lindsay and Lori. And Lindsay, the producer that is there, starts doing part-time production work for me during this trial. And my stalker and Lori become friends with Lindsay, along with another woman named Janice. Now, a few things to know about Janice. Janice, I don't know her very well. This is our history, though. She was noticed by me in Daybell Facebook groups early on, years ago. I was in a lot of the Daybell Facebook groups. It's where a lot of information is, a lot of the insider scoops. And she was quite funny. Her posts were very funny and witty. And I thought that at first. And then her posts turned into what I consider bullying. I know everyone has a different definition of that. It's what I consider bullying. Here are a couple of them posted in groups just to kind of let you know what I saw. Here's something making fun of Colby. And here is one where she's sharing a video titled "Let's Talk About Kay Woodcock." And Kay, this video, luckily it is no longer on the web, but it defamed Kay Woodcock and lied about her and essentially implied that she was complicit in her grandson's murder and that she didn't do enough. It was a very cruel video. Kay is a victim in this case. Her brother and 7-year-old boy were murdered. And people are doing videos about her. And Janice liked to advertise those videos.
Okay, sadly, there is sick people out there that do this to victims. I think they get up on it. Okay, so they got a YouTube channel. I'm just looking at things for me. Okay, for me. Now, hold on.
And she was a mod in those videos, a moderator. And then again, you saw the other one where she's making fun of a dear friend of mine and another
Okay,
victim.
it says Christmas idea for Janice. I'm thinking that is Lori's mom. A mug with her. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's Janice. And it's got a picture of Lori, Melody with an eye, and Colby. The hell does this mean?
Who lost his entire family. Okay, so that's good. So those are just a couple examples of why I didn't care for her. whatever. Everyone has their own opinions. She might be a really wonderful person, and I believe that Janice is a complex person, and that she's very. I don't want anyone to go and bully her if you know who she is. She's probably a very wonderful, wonderful person, but she wasn't my cup of tea. Okay, let's leave her alone. But that's my history with her. So I continue to notice these types of posts and rhetoric that Janice would use that maybe people think are funny. Again, that's fine. It wasn't my cup of tea. I told my friends privately, in private, that I thought she was a bully and that she was insensitive to victims. It was my personal opinion that I'm allowed to have. And then Janice and I officially met in person at the Lori Daybell trial in Boise, Idaho in 2023. And I attempted there to try to put our differences aside and focus on what matters, justice. And I let her know that, we might be on the different political sides of the aisle, Janice, but what we both care about is justice. And so we were friendly at the trial. Although I did notice while at that trial that she continued filming Larry and Kay Woodcock during vulnerable moments, making shorts about them that were unkind in nature and that would make most people uncomfortable. Additionally, that person you heard says that I randomly lived with her brother. That's Janice. A big rumor out there is that I lived with Janice's brother, who was my doctor when I was like 29 or 30. I never have. I've never even kissed the guy. I don't know where that rumor started, but just, it's going around to several people. Lori is from California, and Lori was attending the trial because of her interest in the case. I love it when people interested in a case attend the trial. And then in a strange turn of events, my producer Grayson, this is strange, but my producer Grayson, Lori is the wife of my producer Grayson's California dentist and is someone who works in the dental office in California. But to clarify, when I met Lori, I didn't even know Grayson. This wasn't even a thing then, but wild, right? Just let's continue. So May of 2024, I am asked by a well-known public figure that I really respect if I know a good podcast producer. And I tell them, yes, I do. And I introduce this person to Lindsay, and I encourage Lindsay to connect with this person. And she seems super happy, and the two connect, and I am super happy for them. And then on June 8th, so June 8th, 2024, my stalker puts me in a group chat, which includes my stalker, Lindsay and Lori. June 18th, 2024, my stalker is driving through my hometown, and she is asking to come visit. And so I take her kids to the neighborhood pool. July of 2024, I have now officially hired Lindsay as a producer, as an independent contractor. It's more full-time. And we have daily production meetings in the morning, along with John. And she is helping to produce my podcast episodes. She explains she's going to also work for this said public figure that I connected her to, and that she thinks we can pull off working for both. I tell her, okay, I am super happy that she has this upcoming gig with this public figure that is a wonderful person, and I tell her so. Lindsay and I decide to cover the Alec Baldwin trial in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And due to concerns of cost, Santa Fe ain't cheap, it's expensive. Lindsay recruits my stalker and Lori to share an Airbnb with us to help keep down the costs. And then I tell John this, and he's reassured. I say, look, we've got a couple of trial people I met at a trial, these trial goers that are going to come with us and help to keep down the cost of this larger Airbnb in Santa Fe. July 10th, 2024, in the morning, July 10th, 2024. July 10th was a big day. I'm outside of the courthouse of the Alec Baldwin trial, and I interview I interview several people that day, so I don't want anyone confused. There are 3 lives that day. I don't want anyone, but one of the many people I interview live on camera that day is my stalker. And I introduce her as a fan of my podcast, A Hidden Gem. I personally did not.
Okay, I want to say this to people. Oh, gosh. When you're a creator, do not become friends and do stuff like she's doing with them. That's dangerous, obviously. Oh God, what else was I going to say? There's a lot of names into this. I found the main one though.
I think it went great for content. No harm, no foul. It happens. And then that day continues of July 10th, 2024. And at this time, my ex-contractor, who was my then contractor and friend, so my contractor at the time of July 10th, 2024, she is streaming the Alec Baldwin trial live on our YouTube channel for us, while I am in the media room at the courthouse covering it, and she's there. And I reach out to this ex-contractor, again, my contractor at the time, let's clarify that. I reach out to my contractor who's live streaming the Alec Baldwin trial. And I ask how things are going with the streaming. I discuss work in a text with this ex-contractor, then contractor. And I explained that I like this press room for the moment before heading to the courtroom because, and I'm going to say this verbatim, this is what my text says to her, quote, "It's space from roommates. One of them is kind of annoying." This contract worker then asks if it was the one I had on a live that morning in front of the courthouse. And I explain that it was. The contract worker states back to me in a text message, "Not going to lie, that person is obnoxious. Don't put her on camera again, laughing face emoji." I agree. And I say she is constantly anxious, loud, and worried. End quote. A very private work conversation in a text message. July 10th, 2025, that evening, the contract worker calls me and unexpectedly and angrily quits on me and also ends our relationship for good, as in is never going to talk to me again and is going to block me. She accuses me of several things. She worked for me, but we were also very close friends. And after this phone call, I try not to, but I start crying hard. And Lori, Lindsay, and my stalker, who are my roommates in this Airbnb, they comfort me. And I am embarrassed and I keep apologizing for crying. And I am grateful for their kindness. In fact, it was a very traumatic moment for me. And I guess I can say I'm still grateful for their kindness in that moment. And that kindness that they showed me made me open up even more to them in the coming months because they were there for me during a very traumatic moment. The end of July 2025, I hire my stalker. It was Lindsay's suggestion to do podcast episode artwork for me. She's a very talented artist, my stalker. And this continues for months. In October of 2024, I cover a trial, as many of you know, in Delphi, Indiana, with Lindsay. And I am paying Lindsay daily to be there for me. In my opinion, I was paying her well to be there for me daily. And I'm also paying, it's an all expense paid work trip. I am paying for all of her lodging and all of her food and everything she needs to work for me. My stalker flies out to attend as public for a couple of days and pays me to stay in my Airbnb that I had. And she takes photos of me outside of the courthouse in Delphi, Indiana for my podcast. I did not pay her for these photos. It's an additional free gift for me. I buy her dinner. I confide in Lindsay, admittedly, that it is harder to work when my stalker is around. She seems kind and is very generous, but it's just a lot. And after my stalker flies home, I temporarily go home as well for Halloween because I need to trick or treat with my little boy. But I do decide that I need to go back to Delphi, Indiana. While I am gone, Grayson, who you guys now know as my producer, Grayson takes notes for me in the courthouse while I'm gone. She does an incredible job, a hell of a job. Couldn't have done it better myself. I didn't do them as good as she did them those 2 days that I was gone. And I begin paying Grayson for freelance work, including those notes. I then, back in Delphi, I start.
Dear God. Dear God. I mean, they legit have oh, what's the word? I mean, come on now, a producer. People do this, people do that, artwork, whatever it may be. That's crazy to me. Unless they got a brand they're trying to do. I don't know. This is so sad.
Noticing a lot of red flags. And these are red flags for me. They might not affect everyone. Some people might not think they're red flags. Other people think maybe I misinterpreted them. It doesn't matter. These are red flags that affected me and concerned me and the way that I work and the way I function. One of them was that Lindsay wanted Grayson to stay in a separate Airbnb than the one I had with plenty of room. And Grayson was working for me. She was young. She was alone. And I was paying for the lodging. And that was a concern to me. I suggested maybe that Lindsay get her own hotel if she needed space, and that upset her too. I just couldn't figure this out. It was a dynamic that was hard for everyone. It's just what, and like I said, she likely had her reasons too. It's fair. But I had my reasons, and this was becoming uncomfortable for me. Another thing I learned that Lindsay did was take my phone, and without my permission, she logs into YouTube Studio and learns how much I'm making that month. And she shares this with Grayson. Something else made me uncomfortable. And there were a few other things. Lindsay is also working for another creator while I'm paying for her to be there working for me full time, and I'm paying all of her expenses, and she is.
What the hell? Why did you leave your phone with anybody? That is so weird. and I just say this respectfully, oh my God.
Passing off material that I had requested her to collect to other creators to be used for other shows. These were things that made me uncomfortable. I'm not even teach their own. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Doesn't matter. They were things that made me uncomfortable. There were other red flags for me, personal red flags. Once we were back from Delphi, I decided to terminate things with Lindsay after the Delphi trial ended. I ended things very nicely and respectfully. She's very talented. And I realized that I needed someone exclusive. Someone after experiencing what I did in Delphi with, realizing that she was a contract worker and that she was sharing and helping other creators, that, I realized that Hidden True Crime needed someone exclusive, like an exclusive producer that didn't want to work for multiple people. And so I told her that I was excited for her to work with this other larger podcast and this public figure. And here's the termination letter. I want you guys to see it. I want to show it so that I need people to know. And it's very small. So let me see if I can get it and read it. Okay, I can read it. I made it larger. I say, after an update on our working relationship. December 2nd, 2024. After careful and deliberate consideration and after reflecting upon the changing dynamics as you work for other true crime podcasts, John and I realized that it will be too difficult to navigate conflicts of interest and that we need any current or future employees we hire to work exclusively for Hidden True Crime. We had high hopes that this could work, and we love having you on board, and you've had such a positive impact upon our channel. We feel incredibly lucky that we are recipients of your work during a transitional period of career where you have had so many options in the true crime arena. We are particularly impressed with your move into such an important role working for Redacted. Yet, as we have been reflecting upon the complexities of sharing a producer, we have come to a difficult but clear realization that that in this true crime space, any producers HTC hires will need to work exclusively for Hidden True Crime to avoid issues around privacy, sharing content, and information across channels or podcasts, which greatly concerns us. As I have always stated, your desire to work with Redacted is an incredible opportunity that you should take advantage of. And we are thrilled for your exceptional talents being recognized with such a major talent. Your absence undoubtedly will create a much bigger workload for us once again, which we do not look forward to. So we know that your efforts will be sorely missed. And we know, however, that the growth and experience you'll receive will be unique and provide a rare opportunity for you. I'm proud of you for this opportunity. Go show them how amazing you are. I'm sure we will see you on the Apple podcast charts very soon, and that we hope our friendship and true crime combos can continue. And who knows, if we're lucky, maybe we'll be collaborating later together in the future once the opportunity presents itself. Always my best, Lauren. And so I later, just so you know, one other aspect of this, months and months later, I did send Lindsay a cease and desist. I had heard that she had been saying some things that I consider defamation to several of my professional contacts. One text that was sent to me stated that I went psycho on her and that I am manic, and other things from another creator that Lindsay was saying about me, things that were not true. I sent her that cease and desist and requested that simply she cease and desist about speaking about her time as my producer. I feel like this sets the stage for everything else to come, when my life then becomes a living hell for my entire family. So let's fast forward to April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronts me in the Maricopa County Courthouse while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial. From there, I'm going to start reading my declarations. I'll add comments where needed. Here we go. So this is the first declaration I sent out to receive my temporary stalking injunction. The reason why I'm just going to get into the declarations, I'm going to stick to legal documents. I'll add anything extra. I think they tell the full story. There'll be a few things I need to add. I hereby declare, under penalty of perjury, that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge. My name is Lauren Matthias. I'm over the age of 18 years old and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. I met my stalker in April of 2024. During the summer of 2024, she began doing contract graphic design work for my business. Do we have those invoices? Let's pull them up. They may not matter, but I would like to show them. There's one. Okay, I'm paying her. That's all I need to know. However, For the past few months, my stalker has been intentionally targeting me and stalking me, making me fearful for my safety and well-being, as well as the safety of my family and my producer Grayson's safety. My stalker has also been using a group of people to help her achieve her goal. This started on April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronted me in the courthouse in Maricopa County, Arizona, while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial. The stalker came up to me, cried, and let me know that she had heard what I had said about her, and that two former contract workers were releasing my text messages that I had with them during their time working with me. Now I'm going to ad-lib, a little bit more here. I actually wrote that ad-lib, a little bit more about what the stalker.
I got to talk about this a little bit. This is a bunch of mean girl stuff. These girls are immature. What's really going on in their own life that they are projecting? I'm going to find out who these other girls are. Just because I'm nosy like that. And I do recall seeing this other girl before. Christina, the stalker.
Said, I'm so nervous. I'm like reading ad lib. So let me tell you a little bit more what she said. She came up to me and said, I know what you said about me. She was crying. Give her a hug. A few of the things she stated were, well, first off, I want to point out that there was a no recording order in the courthouse, a severe no recording order in the courthouse. Why? Because there's a high profile, internationally well-known trial going on. And every day we are reminded that there's to be no recording in all of the courthouse, not just the courtroom, but the courthouse. And that if you are to record in the courthouse, you will be held in contempt of court. And that there are signs everywhere saying do not record in the courthouse.
You guys remember that? I do. I remember somebody was recording, and the judge and the security or whatever it may be. Oh yes, I remember. But they didn't show the person, did they? I don't remember.
I would have never thought she was recording. So the stalker says, I know your ex-friends are releasing everything. And it is horrible what they are sharing. And I cannot believe what you said about me. I knew what I had said about her. I told all of you at the beginning of this, I called her annoying. And I knew exactly what it was and what she was saying. And I wanted to face it head on and own it and apologize. I don't like hurting people. And I want to be honest with things. That's who I am. And so I said, let's talk. And she's like, no, I don't want to. And I said, you know what? Please allow me to talk with you right here about it. I called you annoying and I'm sorry. I didn't know you well then. And I told her essentially that I felt like perhaps at that time that she was further along in the friendship than I was. Maybe she thought we were closer than I felt at that time, that I was still getting to know her, and that it was difficult sometimes to work around her, and because I felt like she was annoying sometimes while I tried to work, and I didn't record it, she did, but this is what I recall, and that I was sorry, and I felt really bad, and I knew her better, and I felt terrible that I'd hurt her that way. I was also completely taken back by the fact that a bunch of my private text messages were being released. It scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what that meant. 6 years of messages. And this woman saying to me, they're horrible. They're terrible. Your friends are horrible. They're cruel. I can't believe what they said. I can't believe what you said.
Kinda. So she's been friends with this girl for 6 years? I thought it was, or was it 2024 where the stalking comes in? I think it's very strange that women are stalking. Well, no. Well, I do feel that's strange. Because I have a situation where I'm being, in my opinion, I'm being bullied and threatened by a female. Yeah, I know. I've been keeping my mouth shut about my situation too, but boy, let me tell you, once I got it out, it felt good. She is. She's too professional. Listen to me. She's too professional. Oh.
up poisonous donuts, Lauren, poisonous donuts in Delphi. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, you don't know what I'm talking about? Something about poisonous donuts? This is what I recall again. She's the one that recorded, not me, too. You know. You know what I'm talking about? Liz sent it to you. You sent it to Liz? I'm like, who's Liz? Who's Liz? What are these poisonous donuts? Now, Liz, you don't know who Liz is? No, I don't know who Liz is. Who's Liz? You said, Lauren, that somebody sent you, that somebody in Delphi tried to bring you poisonous donuts and people were there and they were trying to be kind to you. And I'm still like, I don't get what she's talking about. By the way, I learned later, and both those stories are true. People in the Delphi trial brought me donuts and it was kind. And then there was another time when there were a couple of YouTubers, Susan Hendricks was there, we talked about it actually in a live, where they were banned from the courtroom and they brought donuts and everybody screamed, said, don't take them, they're poisonous. And that was the story I allegedly shared with Liz. I didn't know who Liz was. She kept trying to press me, who's Liz? Who's Liz? And I said, oh, Liz. Remembered who Liz was. We concluded the conversation. I felt on a good note. I profusely apologized. I told her I was sorry for what I had said and for what many of the things perhaps that I had said to those ex-friends of mine. And then, so let me continue. Let me continue. So the text about the stalker stated that she was annoying. I apologized for hurting her feelings. So I'm going back to the declaration now. And I even followed up with text messages taking accountability. Exhibit the apology. Let's show that. Do you have that apology? Okay. We'll wait for this. I said, I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions. She thanked me for being vulnerable and vulnerable about myself. I said, everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for before I gave you a chance, I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought. But the truth is, I defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. I was so wrong. But I know that no matter where our paths lead in life, I know I'll forever defend you and call you a dear friend with the biggest heart I know. I'd do anything for you if you ever need me. And then, oddly, we'll talk about some other stuff after that. We'll talk about this in Grayson's declaration. But I also did leave court early that day because I had a panic attack about private texts of mine perhaps being released because people were angry at me. It was a very frightening thought. But we'll get into that later. We'll continue with my declaration. The first one. Later that night, I received a threatening voicemail from someone named Liz. She brought up the fact that I had said that I didn't know who she was, which was something that I told my stalker during our conversation. And so now I'm realizing, oh my gosh, she recorded me. Take a listen to the voice.
It's Liz. Let me remind you, Liz, I know you don't recall my name, but I actually think you do recall my name. But I'd like to talk to you for a second. I'd like to talk to you about, number one, I guess, why you don't remember my name. But number two, I'd like to talk to you about why you are so upset about texts that you have sent to me in group chats about other people who I'm sure you don't, I'm sure it's hard to admit that you have said those things about those people, but I want to clear it up with you. So I would appreciate if you would call me.
I don't know if people find this threatening. I think she's playing a little mind game here and trying to make her, this is in my opinion, I think she's trying to make Lauren scared, nervous, fear of the unknown. It doesn't scare me. It wouldn't have scared me, but I don't mean to sound it like that, but she's never had these kind of problems before. And this Liz, she sounds like she's off her rocker. I'm so mean. In my personal opinion, listen to her voice. Listen to her voice. Red flag right there, the voice.
Back. No, not trying to be threatening or anything. I would truly like to clarify.
Oh, yes, you are.
Maybe where I'm missing something.
You're being
So if you would
intimidating.
please give me a call back, I would appreciate it. My name is Liz, L-I-Z. In case you don't remember, Liz, L-I-Z.
So at this moment, I'm having a panic attack about text messages being released. I'm worried about a friend whose feelings I've hurt. I'm worried about the potential of what this means. Thank you. I'm not trying to be threatening, is exactly that. It's threatening. And I am worried that a vulnerable conversation that I just had with somebody in a courthouse now was recorded and being shared to people who might be calling me and threatening me. This was a very overwhelming moment for me. Very. I can't even explain what I felt in that moment. Thank you to the people who were there for me. And so, after I received that text message, I sent the stalker a text message stating to please not share our conversations, that it was private, and that I was feeling threatened. And if we can pull that up, there are so many exhibits here. Hey, I would appreciate, this is what I wrote on April 9th, I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversation, which you described as vulnerable with other people. I have done this for you. Yet I am already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence, and I feel threatened. Do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things that I've said to you in private, because they are considered private. And I reiterate, this is becoming a threatening matter, and I will have to take legal action if it continues. Stalker responds, Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. By the way, that's not true. I later learned that she did indeed record it, by the way, and then she put it on TikTok. So we'll get to that. But Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. As for your other request, I think you already know that I'm not the one you need to worry about when it comes to sharing private conversations. In other words, shaming my ex-friends. I'll be honest, receiving a message like this, especially with accusations and threats, really puts salt in the wounds. I didn't expect that from you. Okay. A couple of days later, I was sent a Reddit comment by somebody, and we learned that it was made by my stalker. Just a couple days later, alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. Oh, we have it. Here it is. Supposedly, Lauren poached an employee, and the employee is recycling scripts that she did for Lauren. Not sure if this is one of those cases, but a friend of mine overheard the girl she poached from talk all about it at one of the trials. This isn't true. It was put on Reddit.
Okay, what does poached mean? I know what it means when you poach for deer, right? You could tell these girls are, to me, sound like they're younger, or like Liz, she sounded like older and not all there. Okay. And where's the evidence? You know what I mean? Where's the evidence of a lot of this? Except for, of course, the text messages. But those should have remained private. But I do want to say, like I have done, when I have felt threatened myself, I did share only the threatening email. I've never shared phone calls, text messages, or anything like that. Just when I felt that I was going to be harmed. And I get why she's doing this.
And so I thought, who did this? Well, luckily, she left a lot of trails to confirm without doubt that it is my stalker. And we have that evidence. I'm not going to show it now, but we have the evidence because she has since deleted that and much of her public posts, but we have all of the evidence is her. And it was shocking to me. Again, I thought this was my friend and someone that was working for me. And now someone that's possibly sharing my conversations. What's going on? That was made by my stalker alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. I texted my stalker requesting that she does not defame my business online, and that if she believes I am plagiarizing, to report me. In other words, if you believe I am plagiarizing, report me. I didn't tell her to stop talking. I actually said to her, if you think that I am plagiarizing, that's serious, and she should report me. She denied they were her posts, despite evidence from her account, which I have again saved, showing it was her account. And after some back and forth, I blocked her as I began to feel unsafe. She then sent me, after I blocked her, and after we both agreed, she said, I'm not going to continue this conversation with someone. And I said, you know what, you're right. At this moment, I don't know who she is. I don't know her intentions. I am feeling very threatened. I block her. This relationship, unfortunately, sadly, is going to have to end. She then sends me an aggressive email. And in it, she states, Lauren, this is April 21st, Lauren, I was going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through. So I'm guessing that you blocked me. Yes, I did. If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a coward. On top of that, you're really out here playing the victim while casually coaching someone on how to trash
God, this is
a redacted
crazy.
creator on Reddit. Bold move.
I'm going to share about oh my God, a situation that just happened to me recently. A person that I'm talking about, okay, I kept my mouth shut for, oh God, how long? Over a month, right? And then I ended up blocking this person on all my social media. And that's when I got an email. Oh, that's so weird. Stating some kind of the things that she was saying about me. This is crazy. See? Oh my God. Single white female stuff? I don't know.
Especially for someone who loves to preach about integrity every 5 minutes. But hey, maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just part of your brand. I wouldn't know. I've been too busy minding my own business and not anonymously running smear campaigns in the comment section. She went on Reddit. Also, a fun twist. I now know that Reddit comment actually came from one of your own mods, and yet you still claimed it as your own when bragging to your old friends. So either you're lying to them or you're lying now. Take your pick. Do you prefer hypocrite or liar? Sincerely, Stalker. I have no idea what the hell she's talking about, but she has added some screenshots to this email. Can we look at those screenshots? Do we have the screenshots? We're trying to pull them. We'll see if we can pull them. In it are alleged screenshots. I'll just explain it while Grayson's looking. In them are screenshots from a message. Christine, has added, the stalker has added, happens. We'll edit later. The stalker has added the reminder where we left off. And in the reminder where we left off, I don't know, she is stating, I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized, acknowledged you're hurt. I'm not afraid to own my mistakes. And then we agree. Look at that. She agrees to be done engaging. We agreed. Or is that my text? Is that my text? This is my text that I'm like, this sounds more like me. Okay. This is me. So she says, reminder of where we left off. This is my text. I state that I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized and acknowledged you're hurt. I have never taken that back or pretended otherwise. Even my initial text today. I am not.
This was put on Reddit? Does anybody know? Can anybody tell me? Did she put that on Reddit? The stalker? Crazy.
Afraid to own my mistakes, as I am an honest and imperfect person who works to be self-aware and honest with my actions. Pointing out words written on your public account with a request you don't publicly defame me, and sharing that it hurts me in no way rewrites history or disregards what I have apologized for and owned. And I have owned it here today, tonight, too. I want to point out I called her annoying. I hope one day that you'll be able to also do the same when you hurt people and make mistakes. We agree to be done engaging. I think that last paragraph was a mistake for me. That was a typo. Okay. But I was clearly trying to apologize then. So she puts this in an email after she calls me hypocrite or liar, that. And then she shares other photos. And these other photos, do we have those? We're trying to find them. We might. There's a lot of stuff going on, guys. So as we look for those, this is about the Ross Live. I said at the beginning of this month, PS, that I'm going to work to connect to all of you again. It's been a while since I've been alive. Here I am, real life. So as we try to look for those, what she sends me is an obscure, very obscure message. It's kind of blurry. It looks like it's been passed around from a group chat I'm in. And I'm responding to someone who made a comment in Reddit, and I say, how's it doing? And the reason, I'm just going to tell you guys now. Oh, here it is. Okay. So here it is. I say, how's it doing? And then the person replies my comment. I'm pretty sure it's the top one with a nervous emoji. So let me tell you what this is. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with the trial I've covered. Someone in this group text was following a creator, a podcaster, on a trial that I did not cover and knew nothing about. And they were disappointed that this podcaster got facts wrong because they were attending the trial. And I wasn't actually a part, those group texts where you really don't go in a lot. This was one of those happening. I wasn't even in the majority of this conversation. I didn't know what was going on. When I popped in, I saw all these things, and I saw that this person had actually fact checked that person, that creator, and posted about it under her actual real name, not even anonymously, some things that this creator got wrong in a podcast. And this person quite liked the podcaster. So they were actually stressed about putting this up there and seemed worried about it. They said, the comment is there. I don't know how it's going to do.
What's going on here? Who are these people? They are very toxic people. They shouldn't even, in my opinion, be in the true crime community, right? Oh my God.
looking for feedback in like a group message. Wasn't a part of this conversation at all. And I pop in, I see that she is nervous, and I wrote, "How's it doing?" And if you note, her response ends with a worried face emoji when she says, "It's the top one." She doesn't know if that's good. That comment is still there, by the way, on Reddit, and it's absolutely harmless. It is somebody correcting facts about a trial they were following. I know none of the facts of this case, nor did I follow this podcaster on this case. I don't even know. I know nothing about it. But I want you to know that this text has gone around for months with people telling me that I am doing smear campaigns on this podcaster. Top media people believe that I have smeared this creator on Reddit, that I tried to hurt her business. This has gone far and wide because of that. I have no idea what that is about. And I have told several people that it's not.
I think I know what other podcaster she's talking about. Jeez. I know I'm dogging the other people, and I know Lauren right here is upset, and I don't blame her for her messages being put out there, but you're seeing a pattern of behavior, and I'm sure that's what the judge looked at for her to get this emergency protection, and I really wish she would have still went for it, because I don't think this is going to end. I do think they are dangerous in the sense of to Lauren's mental health, because she's struggling with this right now, and I've been there at one point. And sadly, when you go through it, like the first time, it is overwhelming. You get sick to your stomach and everything. You that's all that's on your mind.
True. And there's no evidence that I have ever tried to hurt this person's business. In fact, I have actually promoted this person's business repeatedly, sourced them, encouraged followers, collabed with them, and tried to help their business. But there is, and if anybody has heard this, a rumor that I have created fake accounts and tried to hurt my fellow creator or any creator. I will tell you right now, that is false. Completely false. Because even in my stalker's response to me, when I filed a civil stalking injunction, she claims that she has seen evidence of me hurting other people's businesses, yet cannot show a single moment where I actually have. Because I don't. Really quickly, do we have my response to her? I never read my response. Oh. So okay, this is my response on the screen. Got it. So I wrote, are we good? Are we safe? Okay. I wrote this person back, this stopper back. And I say, I blocked you because I'm tired of being harassed and threatened by others who are misinformed and illegally sharing and taking private chats out of context. The only coward in this conversation is the one who is unable to acknowledge any wrongdoing whatsoever. So who is starting fires? And then I share, again, who is starting fires? Her Reddit comment. That's now been deleted from Reddit, by the way. When someone tells me to stop engaging, my response is to stop. But here you continue harassing me in emails, even though I've blocked you. You've obviously are misinformed about this podcaster. I never wrote an anonymous hit piece about this podcaster. That was written quite openly by the person who wrote it. Yes, a moderator and someone who attended that trial of this case daily. She was correcting some factual errors that this podcaster had made regarding a case that I never covered. It was never a hit piece, and it doesn't hide her identity. Nor did I ever anonymously write the factual correction from court. That was somebody else. I asked how the comment was doing, which was supporting my friend, nothing more or less. I'm not sure how that has anything to do with smearing someone. Journalists typically adhere to factual analysis, unlike your correspondence, which is creating a false and defamatory narrative about me based upon your distortion of the facts and the misattribution of a post that I never wrote. But why let facts get in the way of your far-fetched and false narratives about me? I blocked you and agreed to stop engaging, but I guess you had to have the last two words because apparently you have no flaws and have never made a mistake. So I will ask, please do not contact me. The fact that you continue to contact me after I blocked you leads me to question my safety. Are you going to show up my home next since you know where I live and berate me until you believe your false narratives about me are proven to your confused satisfaction? I'm also asking you to stop posting lies and false information about me publicly, which negatively impacts my business. If you continue to harass me, I will be forced to take legal action. Okay. And I know that that was strong. I know it was. But at this point, I am shocked. I realize that she has recorded me in a courthouse. I realize that she is defaming me online. She just called me a hypocrite and a liar. And she has taken a text with me asking, how's it doing? Completely out of context. And now is stating that I am hurting other people's businesses. So now I'm plagiarizing people and I am hurting other people's businesses, two things of which I have never done. So I'm very concerned, and she has reached out via email. I don't know what's going on at this moment. So, all right, where was I? Thank you. Thank you. So on April 15th, I was confronted by a friend. And by the way, at this point, these women that I mentioned at the beginning, they've all become very close. They actually have a text thread together called the Seven Gatherers. It's named after, Melanie and Zulema and Lori Vallow, who had the same text thread. They call themselves the Seven Gatherers.
Okay, I got a question. Maybe she'll say it here somewhere. I want to know, the Seven Gatherers, are they within the church? Are they like Lori and them? Do they belong to the church? I kind of wonder.
Very happy for their friendship. They're posting pictures of each other at the courthouse. I'm happy that they all get along. But as you know, I think one of them is a bit of a bully, and I had shared this with my stalker as well. So on April 15th, 2025, I was confronted by a friend of the stalker named Janice at the same courthouse. This incident is on film, and before we play it, I want to share a little bit more. She had, I had mentioned that she had often filmed Kay and Larry and others outside the courthouse, and it's fair. You can record people in public. It's fair game. It's uncomfortable, and I think there comes a point where it can be considered harassment, when someone is filming you all the time. And what I had been noticing is that, and Grayson had been noticing, because Grayson was with me at this trial, and she was my producer at this time, that she filmed me and Grayson everywhere we went. And it was uncomfortable. So thank you, Kelsey Benson Rising, she filmed Colby too. She filmed people all the time, and Kay and Larry. And so I was walking into court late, and I was on the phone with my husband, John, the only time I can catch up with him. And as I walked up to the courthouse, I noticed that Janice was out there, standing there with no apparent reason to be standing there. And I thought, oh no, my heart sunk. What if she's waiting for me? And so for safety, which I had started to do, because she's good friends with my stalker. In fact, when I saw my stalker and she had confronted me in the courthouse, she'd actually been with Janice. They had been together. And it made me nervous. So I said, John, I've got to go. Someone's here outside the courthouse, and I'm scared and getting worried about everything. And he knew everything going on. I'm going to just put my phone camera on just in case, because I'm just worried. And that is why my phone camera was on. It was just in case. And I was walking into the courthouse. That was my goal. The doors were right there. And unfortunately, I got scared and stopped, but play the first video I have. Are you recording me? Please don't. Are you recording me? Please don't.
Oh shoot, I was talking and I was muted. I'm sorry. I had to get a screenshot of one of the Mean Girls. For my own records, in case anything, happens. You just never know. And it's for the public's right to know that there's people out there doing this. And it's not okay. Not okay at all. Just saying. Why? This is what I want to know. Do the seven, whatever they call themselves, do they have channels where they do true crime like I do? Like Lauren, I'm not a professional like Lauren. I'm just a mom and a grandma. All right, let's get back there.
Okay, please. So that was the first one. Unfortunately, my nervousness, it ended. I want you to know too that Janice later wrote a declaration, and in her declaration to the court, she actually stated that I approached her.
Please do not talk to me.
really
I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you've said.
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other. I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Oh, did you see her face? She was doing all that with the smile. She knows that she is what she's doing, in my opinion, intimidating her. She is intimidating. I don't see it as a threat myself, okay? I mean, I'm not living what she's living, right? Intimidating, I guess, threat, the same thing. Obviously, the judge sees a pattern of behavior, and it's good that she has all this evidence. And boy, that's crazy. That smile on that smirk on that girl's face.
Okay. So after this moment and this recording, after this happening so often, I took this recording to the bailiff and I said, could you request this person just to stay away from me? She records me all the time. She records my producer all the time. She is friends with someone that is harassing me in emails and accusing me of things I didn't do. And we just need to attend this public trial in peace. I can be around people that don't like me. I get it. Not everyone likes me. And you know what? I can be really annoying too. I think I'm probably really annoying in this life. Could you have her stay away? The bailiff saw the videos. They saw what was going on. They spoke to Janice and they requested her to stay away from me because of the way she approached me. And they also said, look, maybe don't film her all the time. She also admitted in her declaration, by the way, to the court that she does record a lot of people. She tried to show that it wasn't what, we thought and she wasn't as close, but yes, that's her thing. So then I tell her I'm feeling threatened. Okay. Janice was told by the bailiff that she needs to leave me alone and stay away from me. Fast forward to, hold on, I've got some notes here. Okay. So then on June 19th, 2025, I received word that things were going to go public and that people wanted my head on a platter. And that is a quote. There are a lot of people that are really pissed off and they want my head on a platter. And here he is. Here it is. This is a creator that Grayson called, and this is verbatim from them on June 19th. The only thing that I can tell you is there are so many people right now that are pissed off that are calling for her head on a platter. It's pretty much the message I can get. That's pretty much all I know. It's just been a lot of mean things. And just in the first time text or a text from someone I don't know too regularly, and it's like, oh my God. I just think from the messages I've seen, I would prepare for something publicly at this point. I don't know how or when. I just tell people I don't want to know what's happening. So that way I can truly say I have no clue. There are a lot of people that are really, 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 really pissed off right now. And that's really all I know. People are mad. I would say brace yourself based on a few things that I have heard here and there. Something's in the works. A couple of messages I got were, keep an eye on your notifications because we're going to blow this shit up. I don't want to say it's over. It's kind of just getting ramped up. And that's reading the text messages I've gotten. Brace yourself. Something's going to go big. Something's going to go viral. I'm not touching it. I'm not getting my hands dirty. End quote.
Jeez. Wow.
So what did I do?
Guys. Oh my God. I don't know who's listening or not, but oh my God. That person, I don't know who it is, and it don't matter, that was talking to Grayson. They know that's going to get back to Lauren. Another tactic. That's what they're doing. And I think, in my opinion, these mean girls, their pictures need to be out there. I'm just saying, for the public's right to know, to protect yourself from these type of people and what they're doing. Yeah, just saying.
That was absolutely devastatingly frightening to me. I had no idea what that meant. And so I decided to call the police because at that point, I am fearful for my safety with such a vague threat. And the police, we're going to get to this later. Stick with me. We're going to get to this later, but the police called my stalker and she recorded that phone call, but let's not play that yet. I'm going to go back a little bit. But let's fast forward. So let's go a little bit, let you know this. after I called police, and we're going to get to that in just a little bit. 3 days later, 3 days after I called police because of that vague threat, they want my head on a platter. They're going to blow this shit up. Fast forward to June, and my stalker created both a TikTok and an Instagram account solely about me, where she continues to this day to post harmful things about me in an effort to expose me. And she uses that. They're going to expose me. She posts like every other day. It's just been going on for months. She's obsessed with me. The first TikTok about me posted on her personal page. So she started out on her art page, on her regular Instagram page. The first TikTok about me on her personal page, and later she decided to post it. She created a new page that was actually confirmed by Lindsay when she took the stand that this was created about me because she just didn't want it all on her art page. So they decided to start a separate page all about me. And the first TikTok about me posted on her personal page and later on her targeted page, so she posted it twice, is her telling her friends that I wanted to use my brother's sperm with an egg donor so that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. And before you play this, she is referring to my brother that died in March. My brother was in an accident. I loved him so much. My heart is broken. I was like his mother. He was born when I was 7 years old, and I loved him so much. And I didn't have to be covering these trials, these Daybell trials. My brother needed me, but I went because I wanted justice for the Daybell victims, and I cared. The first Daybell trial that I ever covered, he had been in his accident just the week before, and my family rushed to his side, and he was going to invest in hidden true crime. And I knew that he would want me to cover the trial. I knew he knew how much I cared about the victims and the.
Okay, I want to say this. I'm not trying to compare. I want to say that, but it is so similar what I dealt with. My daughter died, okay, in July of this year, and she's 31, and it was a shocker. I got off the phone with her. She went to the bathroom, and they found her. And on the bathroom floor, this person that has been harassing me, right? Okay, this newest one, I've been left alone for a long time, but mind you, she's the one that was emailing me because I blocked her, but she, oh God, what she done to my daughter? Within that email, she said some really bad things about me being a mom to my daughter, to my kids. It was horrible. It was horrible. And that's why I'm doing like she did. If anything happens to me, like any kind of stuff happens to me, it came from her. I wanted people to know that. Whatever it may be that happens in my life. I'm not afraid. I want to say that. I'm not afraid. I just want people to know. Oh, you remember? I know. And thank you. Thank you for saying that. I guess people won't understand because when I first listened to this, not the whole thing, I bet it's triggering for everybody. But for me, my heart was, oh God, I want to cry. My heart is hurting for her. And because I've dealt with stuff like this in the past, right? Of the fear of what these people are going to do to me. But the most recent is, in August, right? July, August. Dang right I did. Dang right I did. I'm not going to have anybody try to scare me ever again. So I'm really proud of Lauren for doing this. And I'm sure it's really hard for her, but she will see this. She's going to get her power back. She's going to take her power back. And I'm very proud of her for doing this.
Daybell case. And so instead of rushing to my brother's side in 2023, I went to the Lori Vallow trial instead. Because justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy was so important to me, and I knew that my little brother would want me there. His funeral, he died in March of this year, and his funeral was the end of March, just the week before I attended the Brandon Boudreaux trial. I was devastated. And I want everybody to know, by the way, at that Brandon Boudreaux trial, I was, at the end of it, shunned by everyone. And I didn't know what was going on. And I'm fast forwarding.
What?
We'll talk about that later.
Oh my God. This is awful. You guys, I'm sorry.
My brother
I'm
was
gonna
never,
cry.
he was not in a coma when we had these conversations about what we should do. We were hoping that he would recover from a traumatic brain injury that he suffered. He was not recovering. We hoped and prayed. And the second year, we had to start talking about what do we do. He didn't have kids. He wasn't married. He wanted kids. We're biased, but my brother is brilliant and handsome and kind and has empathy and is inclusive. He's everything that I want to be. And there are many, many people out there that have fertility issues, that need sperm donors. And we wondered, at some point, should we save my brother's sperm? What would he want? Would he want to be a donor? And let me be very, very clear. If one saves the sperm from someone that is recently deceased, they can do that. It's incredible. Medicine is amazing. Medical care is amazing. That they could retrieve sperm from a recently deceased person, even if tragedy happens. And people that are in comas or people that perhaps aren't going to make it, that want to be donors. And the way that that is medically done, most people know this, is through a very simple surgery. A very, very minimal surgery. Thank you, Laura. These are I would never wish any family to have the conversations that my family had about my brother. The Terry Shriver decisions that you make about someone you love so much. How can someone weaponize this? I agree. And she weaponized it multiple times. And we're going to see it. And I know we ended up not choosing to save my brother's sperm. And it was a very difficult decision to make. And being a very honest, open person, I guess I shared, do we not, with a couple of people. I don't remember the conversation that I had with my stalker, but I know what my family was considering. And that was the gist of what we were talking about. So let's watch her first TikTok.
To get her brother's sperm extracted from his body, an egg, and have either herself or a surrogate carry the baby, and then she raised it as her own so that his posterity could live on. One of the things that was a red flag that I should have seen, instead of chalking it up like, oh, that's a little weird, but so her brother got in an accident and he was in a coma, okay? So he's brain dead in a coma.
I want to reiterate that my brother was never brain dead. My little brother was making eye contact until the day he died. When I would take my little boy in to see him, though he wouldn't make eye contact with me, he would only look at him. It was so sweet. He loved my little brother so much, or he loved my little boy so much. They were just close and they looked like each other. He was the best uncle. So yeah, my brother would make eye contact with me whenever I visited him. He couldn't talk until I brought my little son. And then he stopped looking at me, you'd only look at him. He was never brain dead. So this, so what she is saying is my brother, so I'll go back. My brother passed away in March after being in a devastating ATV accident in 2023. My stalker is telling her followers that I wanted to non-consensually collect my brother's sperm while he laid in a vegetative state, unable to walk, talk, or have any basic function without insistence, to have a child with him. This led to a flurry of comments from people about me, including one about this being a form of rape, to which the stalker responded, yeah, you may be right.
Oh my God. Okay.
Do we have that or should I keep going?
Who are these people? These people are sick. If people cannot see that there is some mental health issues going on with these girls. Oh my, wow. You know what? I wouldn't put it past these girls if they're the ones making those comments. They're a bunch of different people. I bet you anything. Because she's a good person. Yeah. This is crazy.
Have it. That is an evidence. We have that, but we'll keep going. She has since made multiple TikToks talking about this so-called R word. This is YouTube, so I'll say it once and not again. She claims that I want to do this to my brother, which is simply untrue, completely malicious, and emotionally harmful. I want to watch a couple more of these videos now. Okay, this one isn't a video because it was too difficult to blur my stalker's face. Despite these videos being public, by the way, she
I
actually
wanna say
wanted her
something. I'm
face
sorry.
shown in these.
I gotta see things when it hits my mind because of my stroke. Okay. Can't she, excuse me, contact the FBI? This is some cyber harassment here. I mean, this is sick. Yeah, this is cyber bullying.
Cyberbullying campaign. She's proud of them. I am the one choosing to blur her face. But this one was too difficult to blur. So essentially, she again was enjoying letting everybody know all the red flags about me. And number 3 was the biggest one, that she wanted. I wanted to get pregnant with my comatose brother's sperm. And then, were there comments under that one or anything, or should we read them? Or are we good? There's too many. Okay, so there are a bunch of comments, and we've saved them and shown the people implying again the R word or assault and the non-consent, and people just mocking this idea. Very painful. I mean, the lack of empathy that these cyber bullies have. I want you to know the people I have brought up, Lindsay and Janice and Lori, particularly Janice and Lori, they love to comment on these videos. They too say, wow, that was a red flag. That was a crazy red flag. I don't know. I've never done anything to Lori, this woman who has only showed kindness to me. But she has now become a very, I don't know. And then on June 19th, 2025, I received word. Oh, there was one other. If we don't have the exhibits, I want to say it because we're not going to show every TikTok because it's too hard to blur her face in all of them. But every other day, I mean, there's so many. She also in a TikTok says that I made concerning remarks, disturbing comment. So she put this in one of her posts. I made a disturbing comment about extracting my brother's sperm. In other words, implying that I was going to extract it. It's a surgery.
Oh, okay.
I made no disturbing comment about extracting my brother's sperm. That was never my job. Nor what
I mean, if people are believing this is crazy to me. This nonsense that's coming out of their mouth, they don't know shit. Okay, let me tell you something. When your loved one dies, because I've had to deal with this stuff, and when it comes to, what is the word called? Donate. I don't even want to say donating, like parts of my mother, right? These are huge decisions, and it's really nobody's business what you do with your loved one. Okay, you would know what your loved one would want. They're sick.
I talk about, nor have I ever talked about the extraction process with anyone, because if I actually had, they would realize that it was a little simple operation. On June 19th, 2025, I received word that things were going to go public and that people wanted my head on a platter. I also shared that by a creator in this industry. I was very, very scared. It was very threatening to me. I didn't know what it meant after everything. And so I called the police. And we're going to get to that police report later in the show because they got the police report and we're going to go over it, but that's not until later. And I am going really slow. I mean, I told you this would be a long live. But I was once again fearful of my safety. I called the police. Through that process, we don't call the police, by the way, for my stalker. The TikTok has yet to happen. We don't know about the TikTok. I don't know what she's about to do. What we heard is from this podcast creator and that everybody is shunning me at the Brandon Boudreaux trial. And I don't know why. And all this other stuff is happening behind the scenes. I'm not going to get into. And no one will talk to me. And now they want my head on a platter, and I don't know why. So I actually call the police of fear of harassment, everything going on. We'll get into that report later. And actually, I have concerns about this. Thank you, Colby. Thank you for being here. All the love to you too. Thank you. I called the police concerned about my ex-contractor sharing my text messages because that's all I can think. It's about to go public. And this podcast creator, we had learned, was reaching out to several of my professional contacts to state things about me that were false and defamatory. And we were told that. And we were also told that this podcast creator and my ex-contractor were talking. That's all I knew. And so when they heard everyone on my head on a platter and to expect things to go public, I called police out of fear and I requested police to actually reach out to those two people because that's all I knew. And when the police officer reached out to those two people, my ex-contractor told the police the name of my stalker. And thus, police called my stalker. I'm not sharing the name of my stalker, by the way, because unlike her, I don't believe in public shaming. And I'm not going to go send anyone to go find her because I'm not going to do to her what she did to me. And that is why I'm not sharing her name. She wants you to find her. It's public. She's proud.
Okay, I did go find her because I feel people should know these type of people are out there and there's a lot of red flags here, and she's had to learn a horrible lesson, and I have too in the past. And you got to guard your privacy. You got to be extremely careful who you let into your personal life, especially when it comes to the internet.
She was very disappointed, I think, to not be on Law and Crime this week. I imagine. I didn't tell Law and Crime about it. Someone had to, and it wasn't me. They never reached out to me. So when the police call her, she records it. And she shares this recording on TikTok, mocking the police officer. She posts it on TikTok and Instagram, mocking the police officer. Grayson is saying, give her a second. She's got a lot going on. We get it. Thank you. So as we're going to get to that later, Grayson's computer went black screen. We got to return that computer. This is true. I said to her, this computer's acting up, Grayson. I'm worried. And she goes, I'll get my second computer ready just in case. So bear with us. And I also let her know this is going to be a long live and it's going to get funky sometimes. So here we are. So we're going to get that TikTok of her mocking a police officer very soon. And then on July 12th, 2025, we're going to get all of these. I'll just share them all and then we'll show them all bit by bit. On July 12th, 2025, she begins posting clips of my voice on my targeted social media accounts. And let me be clear, when you're okay, you got it. Yeah, well, let me be clear. When you're a podcaster, your voice is as much your face as your voice is, if not more. YouTube shows my face. My podcast does not show my face. My voice is how people recognize me. And when she posted my voice, it received over 33,000 views. So let's, do you have both of those? We can play them both, or should I read a few others and we'll just play them bit by bit? What's easier for you? Okay. Her computer's back. The phantom computer. We're just glad YouTube's back. We were actually gonna go live earlier, and then YouTube went down on us. We thought, man, is that an omen or what? And then it popped back up. And I'm like, nope, unfortunately, I have to go live. Not looking forward to this. Here I am. Okay. Take your time. We're good. Hey, everyone. By the way, I'm not looking at chat really on purpose because I'm nervous too. And so when I see little people here that are pinned, it means a lot. Maybe I'll check in while Grayson gets these ready. Hold on. You're good, Grayson. Don't stress too much. You're totally fine. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being. I'm both grateful and stressed that there are over 9,000 people in chat. But thank you for being here. Okay. Oh, yeah. We're making sure. Okay. We're good.
Case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, like, I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. I know, but what's the case law? I want the case law, please.
And then you said you don't screenshot them, then also.
No, but I kind of want to now. Like, if she's kind of harassing me, so I feel like I kind of want to. But like, what's the law?
Well, you need to then for no letter if you're harassed.
I know, but what's the Nevada law? What?
You said, like, I was just doing some searching. Here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to my zero best detective or anything, right? So I can do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because we don't, there's so many laws that we just don't know laws.
No, I can respect that. I can respect that.
Sometimes we need to, we need to do a little bit of extra searching and things like that. So,
but I feel like to have a police officer telling me that, like, because I mean, Because to have a police officer telling me it's against the law to do that, I actually have several examples of her sending so many screenshots to me from other people. So,
well, then that person would be the victim.
Yes, so I could also inform that person that that she would be the victim of this. So, but my question is like, I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me, touching something is the law, and I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second.
Is this girl on some kind of narcotics or on something? Or also, what I want to say, it's good that these girls are putting this stuff out there, right? Because it's going to show a pattern. Also, they're putting, okay. I hope I'm making sense. There's so much that's going through my head right now for her. I don't know if they believe in God or not. I don't, but what I can tell you, the universe is going to take care of this. The universe is going to take care of all your guys' poor behavior and what you're doing. And we got to make sure, now I don't mean we, that this doesn't happen to another person, right? Or at least make people aware of these type of ugly individuals out there that are doing these horrible things. For what?
And for sure, like, I know, like, I'm giving you grace here. Like, I get it. You don't have all the, like, I can't even remember my kids' names in a row at sometimes. Like, I can't even imagine remembering all the laws. So I can wait a second for sure, but I definitely am curious.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
I mean, obviously.
I was reading chat during that. Thank you, everyone. I've been trying to focus and not reading as much. You guys know me and my ADD. So thank you. Thank you for believing me. So then, do you have the other one? I mentioned the other one as well. No stress. I can keep reading and we'll get to all of them. So I'll just explain this while you look for it. I'll keep going. So she starts posting clips of my voice in her targeted social media accounts. We're gonna look at a few of these. The first clip of my voice was part of the conversation we had in the courthouse on April 9th, 2025. So again, I was right.
She wanted to talk then, which...
It's okay. Go for it. It stopped. Do you want to keep going? Okay. Oh, it's our computer again. So we're swapping again, guys. So the first part of, and we're good. We'll just keep reading. We'll get them one by one. The first part of my first clip of my voice was part of a conversation that we had in the courthouse on April 9th, 2025, despite the courthouse having a no recording policy. So yes, she did record me. And now I realize it feels almost like a plot that she created. I go up to her. She says in tears, I know what you said about me. I acknowledge it. I apologize.
Really caught me off guard, but I thought, okay.
And it's being weird. And the entire time I'm being recorded without my knowledge. That is very shocking to me. And as someone that is a limited public figure doing this, as my job, to think that a contract worker who was an alleged friend, who actually still owed me work at the time, was waiting. I just paid her a very large amount of money for a job she never did finish, would be recording me without my permission in a place that I assume no one would record. That is concerning to me. That is very concerning. Okay, you have a feel. Let's listen.
That she wanted to talk then, which totally caught me off guard, but I thought, okay, fine, let's see what she has to say. And what unfolded next was unreal. It was like watching someone trapped in their own maze of lies, spinning stories so fast she couldn't even keep up with herself. When one lie didn't land, she'd just pivot mid-sentence into a completely different one, like no shame, just constant spinning. And at one point, she literally started mumbling under her breath, having an entire conversation by herself while I was just standing there.
You should at least done your makeup, Kelly. Gosh. Yeah, because and by the way, that started, they were, like, and I was like, would they do that to me? Anyway. Yeah, no, I know. So in many ways, I feel catfish.
And then in 1 second, she snapped and was like, oh, sorry, back to you.
But back to you.
And this is the part that killed me. She told me that we had to have that conversation right now because I kept repeating, you're in fight, flight, or freeze, probably not the best time to talk. But she said, no, we have to talk now. My assistant is, quote, always with me. I'm never alone, unquote. Girl, no. I honestly think she just didn't want her assistant finding out what she'd done.
Yeah, and by the way, I still don't even know what I've done. She didn't want her assistant to know what she's done. And by the way, you heard me already tell you, my assistant, who she's referred to as Grayson, has read all of my text messages. I have nothing to hide. Do I want the world to see them? No. Do you guys want the world to see your private text messages? No. But those that I know care about me and love me and that I trust, yeah, go for it. I have nothing to hide. No secrets that big. So a couple things with that. She gets me in a moment where I'm processing two things at once. And I'm actually, in my opinion, trying to be kind. She's come to me, she's crying about what I said. And she has just told me that people that I thought were my friends in confidence and an ex-contract worker were releasing my text messages, and they were terrible and they're everywhere. That was what? People I thought had my back. Like, what, I'd never do that to them. Then they're doing that to me. And at the same time, I have somebody who's very hurt at what they heard me say about them. And that felt really bad. And that's what I needed to address. And so as I was processing what she was saying, oh my gosh, I feel catfish. What they're posting up. Oh my gosh, like thinking about things that maybe they had baited me to say, and like my mind. And then I go, wait a minute, but back to you. That's what I was doing in that moment. But back to you, because you in front of me is who matters to me right now. I have hurt you. And we need to address what I said that hurt you. But that makes me like Jodi Arias, according to this stalker. And also, again, the threat of now doing a public TikTok and Instagram account exposing somebody, and now they are starting to use my voice, which again is like there's no difference. That's my face in this industry. The threat is real. It's very, very real. And I still don't know what I've done. I do not know what I've done. I still don't know what I've done. So then the video, which she compared me to the infamous murderer, Jodi Arias, has garnered over 33,000 views on TikTok, and we shared that. On July 13th, she posted a video with a photo of me, which is a well-known photo with a clown emoji over my face, once again, trying to get people to identify who I am and to come after me.
Day, they have to decide who they want to be. Of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass.
I decided to be a jackass while she puts the clown emoji over my head and points to me, calling me a jackass. You guys can decide who the jackass is. Maybe I've been a jackass. I don't know. I've definitely had my jackass moments. It's fair. On July 14th, 2025, happy birthday and to my babe. Many of you are asking where he is. He knows we're doing this tonight. My lovely soulmate, and he will be coming on later. Not tonight. Don't worry. Too much to go through. Another time. On July 14th, so that is my husband's birthday and our anniversary. And on July 14th, 2025, I was on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell. I still want to thank them for having me on. And if any of you actually would like to go watch that and support me and them, because he has helped me, I just want to say this, so much through this as a friend and as someone who has also been through this himself. I want to thank the Mormon Stories community and go support him in Mormon Stories and me by watching my podcast. But on the Mormon Stories podcast, my stalker, when I appeared on July 14th, wrote in the comments with eye emojis in an effort to let people know she was watching. And this occurred after she did a TikTok. So I announced that I was going to be on Mormon Stories, and she did a TikTok about that. If you don't have it, it's okay. Oh, you do have it. Okay, because I can explain it too. Claiming that it was like a PR move because of something that I've done that was coming out. Like I said, I still don't know what I've done, minus people trying to claim I was hurting people's businesses, which simply isn't true. And reading private texts of mine that allegedly they don't like, and I haven't seen them. But so it says, someone sent me a screenshot that my ex-friend is about to attempt some damage control, and I'm giddy. I can't wait to see how she tries to spin this. So, she's talking about my Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell. Very confusing because, you think that I'm going to spin my life. My life is my life. I tell my entire honest, vulnerable life story on the Mormon Stories podcast. If you guys want to know anything about me, my life story is all there. 2 parts. It's ours. I tell it all. And I haven't known this stalker very long at all. She doesn't know me very well at all, really. Any conversation we had was very surface. And she thinks that I'm doing damage control to spin something, and I have no idea what I'm trying to spin. Well, let me tell you, the Mormon Stories podcast was planned for a long time. Host John Dehlin had asked me months and months and months ago. And the reason that I had, thank you. How is this damage control? None of us even know what's going on. Thank you. I didn't even know what I was trying to control. The Mormon Stories podcast was actually inspiration. I was at the Brandon Boudreaux trial, and someone came up to me and they thanked me for interviewing Heather Daybell and said that Heather Daybell was so brave and it was incredible. And they'd listened to the Heather Daybell interview 3 times on my channel, that it had changed their life. And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. I asked to take a picture of them so I could let Heather know how much her story meant. And they said, she is so brave. And it was at that moment that I said, I'm going home. I'm going to tell John Dehlin that I'm going to say yes to his request to interview me. She had been asking for months. I'm going to do it because if Heather Daybell can do it, so can I. And I would love it if you guys could support my story, honestly, over on Mormon Stories. My stalker thinks it's damage control and decided to go in there to let me know she was watching me. It was getting weirder and scarier. I did not know what was going on. You guys don't? Neither do I. I'm getting dry mouth. Where's the root beer? I'm sorry, guys. It's probably so gross. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode appeared on July 17th, 2025, John Dehlin, by the way, will you post my Mormon Stories? Well, will you pin it? Yeah. Because if you guys want to know who I am, that's who I am. Yeah, will a moderator please drop let's do part 1. There are 2 part 1 or part 2, either or, of my Mormon Stories podcast. I'd like to pin it in comments. Thank you, Ozzy Tad. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode premiered on July 17th, 2025, John Dehlin, the host of Mormon Stories, received a cryptic email thread about me with a link to the TikTok. In the thread, the writer of the email claims that my stalker will continue to post the horrible things that I have done, and that she is intentionally not using my name, but it is about me. John Dehlin is my friend who has suffered the same thing and has been so kind. He and his wife, Margie, I just want to point out, have both been so kind and caring and empathic. And when this person reached out, John was immediately suspicious. So he asked him a few questions to keep them talking and then sent it all to me because he said, I assume you are collecting evidence. So here you go. So is this the bottom? Okay. So on July 16th, someone named Felicia O'Shields writes, John Dehlin, hello, Dr. Dehlin. I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel. There is a lot going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Matthias and the true crime community. This has been brewing for a few years now. I don't know what's been brewing. And has recently blew up. There is a TikTok account exposing some of her disturbing behavior. There is a community that is delving into her husband's credentials. Oh, is there? And overall credibility. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins there. The admins of a Facebook group online is an ex-contractor of mine, but I don't know what they're talking about. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins. Ask Kay Woodcock about her. Ask other victims, such as Kay in the Lori Vallow Daybell murders. Don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Put a pin in that, by the way, because I saw Kay the following week. Just show it now, and then we'll go back to the letter. A week, by the way, after this, you saw Colby Ryan here in chats, and a week after this email was sent, Kay and Larry visited John and me in Las Vegas, and we had a wonderful dinner together, and they even trusted me and allowed me to take their grandkids out for a good time so that they could have some needed R&R. We can come back to it. We'll come back to it. Yeah. Anyway, don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Ask any of the true crime channels on YouTube that she has had an interaction with, or news affiliates and their journalists that are the face of their networks, and what their involvement with her has been. By the way, that's how far I think this whisper campaign has gone. Again, I didn't reach out to Law and Crime. I have no idea what they think I did or who did that. I do know I've been blacklisted by some news agencies. I still don't know what I've done, but let's continue. Ask that she has interaction with any news affiliates and their journalists and that are the face of these networks, and their involvement with her has been. I'm not going to name names, but just look up the Lori Vallow Daybell headlines and the journalist who was in charge. The journalists that were the ones who exposed Lori Vallow Daybell from the jump. Ask anyone who is anyone in the true crime community about Lauren. Lauren will deny all of this. She will make up outlandish lies and excuses and make everyone else out to be the liars. I'm actually just here sharing evidence. I think you're intelligent enough to know that when everyone else is singing the same song, it's everyone else who is correct. Here's the
Who would even take the time to read all this? Who would believe this? For real. These little girls, I'll call them little girls, they have some mental health issues. They have something not right in the head. What's their end game here? For real. Do they want her to take her own life? I mean, really. This is sick.
link to the TikTok account that is slowly exposing her. Lauren does not deserve a platform, especially one that she has personally blocked all of those from that can tell everyone about her treatment of them. I wish you the best of your channel. Thank you for all you do. Am I able to scroll up? Oh, you just want to show this? This was us, a week after this letter. You posted the photos? Oh, I posted those photos a little late, but it was, yeah. So can we go back to do I need to read anything more about the letter? I don't think, I can't scroll it though. John said to Felicia, if you do not want to, and that person, Felicia, she'll send email. If you do not want to look at the TikTok account that I shared, please at least listen to this one. And she sent a particular TikTok. And then John asked Felicia, is that you in the TikTok? If not, is there a way I can reach to this person doing the TikTok? Okay. Okay. We're going to scroll up. I can't. The bottom. Okay, here. So, hey there, John. One under. Thank you. It is not me, and referring to the TikTok account, but I can reach out to the person who runs the channel to get her information so that you two can reach out to one another. Would that work? John writes back. Oh, and then they sent another one. So they keep writing him. Hey there, John. I have not heard back from the TikTok creator, and I have since found out why that could be. It's come to my attention that you are friends with Lauren and have been for over 10 years, and also that your daughter may possibly work for her. I imagine that you can understand why the creator would not feel any trust in this situation. I suggest you follow, though, her TikTok account. So in other words, they're encouraging followers. She has a lot more to share. There will be more revealed as to the horrible things that Lauren has done to so many out there. I hope that there could possibly be some part of you that sees that this is actually serious and not some sort of smear campaign with unfounded accusations. And then John asked, do you live near Salt Lake City by chance? They respond, no, never have been. Hopefully one day. John asks, are you a follower of Mormon Stories podcast? What made you write me? And then we'll keep going and I'll drink. I can feel my sticky mouth. Sorry, it's so gross. Oh, is this net? Okay. They write, I watch from time to time. I have enjoyed the episode that I have been able to watch. You have a great thing going. I think what you're doing is important. I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. Oh, they wrote my professional contact, because he chose to give me a platform. So anyone that is giving me a platform is getting emails about me. Okay, great, good to know. Now I can't go on anyone's platform. Now I can't go on anyone if I don't want them to be harassed by these people that are trying to ruin me. I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. She's on high alert, and it was perfect timing for her to do your show and attempt to do damage control. Again, I don't know what from. I don't know what I need to do damage control from. And that was Christina's wording, by the way, damage control. Sorry. Her name is public. I'm going to do my best to not share it as much as I can, but she has made her name very public. So if I mess up, I apologize. Don't allow her, and I hope that you guys don't repeat it. Don't allow her to take you down with her. And then Felicia Shields writes, good morning, John. Oh, so then John responds, I watched all of the TikTok videos, and he did. He told me he watched them all. The allegations seem super vague and a bit petty. Can you please tell me the main things Lauren has done wrong and provide any evidence that you can? Oh, that word evidence. I'd be so super grateful. I will not promote dangerous people, but I need details and evidence. And that TikTok channel was weak on both. They didn't even mention Lauren's name. Please help. I want to do the right thing. Thanks, Felicia. John clarified that he was doing this for me, asking, and I think he would want me to clarify that here. He didn't really think there was something, but he was pushing. Good morning, John. I can understand where you're coming from. Lauren's name is not mentioned. There's reason for this. There are many in the true crime community that know without a doubt that this stalker is speaking of Lauren. So there are many in the true crime community that have been told this is about me, this TikTok. So if you guys haven't heard about it, allegedly the true crime community is learning about it and they think this is fun, I guess, and normal and okay. I did recognize a few names following the TikTok. This is cool to them. They know that she is speaking of Lauren. The creator is being petty intentionally. Keep watching her. She is going to continue to share more and more, so much more. Again, reach out to the other true crime YouTube content creators that have had interaction with Lauren. Reach out to journalists that have been the faces of cases that Lauren has worked for on Lori Vallow Daybell case, the Delphi case, victims of cases. I don't know who they're talking about, by the way. Get the information, because none of these people have come to me. If you're a good journalist, by the way, and you've heard something, come ask me. I'm going to beg you guys to do that during this, because I still don't know what I did. Get the information that you're looking for straight from those that Lauren has attempted to hurt. I wasn't going to name names, but I'm going to tell you to reach out to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. I don't know why he's not listed there. I think Nate Eaton's an incredible journalist. I have always sourced him. I value him. He does an exceptional job with every case he covers, and he is an incredible journalist. But they're being encouraged to reach out to him. I will leave this with you. Ask Lauren to her face how well that she knows her assistant cameraman on her video of the phone pings in Yellowstone for the Lori Vallow Daybell case. He never did ask me that to my face, but you guys can ask me here on live YouTube. The cameraman on my phone ping video in Yellowstone is of my friend Brandon. He worked on many cases for a time with the defense in the Lori Vallow Daybell case. He's a friend of mine and John's. Great guy. Incredible man. Incredible job he did. He was a source when he could be for me. Couldn't tell me everything. He really cares about the victims in this case, in the Daybell case. I'm not sure why that's an issue, except that I did hear that a content creator called a victim sort of imply that I was having an affair with him. So how well do I know that man who was my cameraman in the Yellowstone ping videos? He's a great friend, great guy, including to John. John loves him. And he was a source for us. That's it. I don't know what else there is to this. There you go. To my face. That's it. Okay, and there's one more message. There's one more message. Yeah, I know. Oh, and then one more message. Reach out to Bob Motta and Andrea Burkhart too. I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know what I've done. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why these 3 people have been mentioned. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to say this. If any journalist does know, reach out to me and ask me and tell me. I don't know what's going on. So I have no clue. I can tell you that I love my husband. And my cameraman in the Yellowstone Pink video is a great guy and a good friend of both my husband and I. It's just so weird. What? Oh, really? Bob Motta and Andrew B., who went to the ends of the earth to say that Richard Allen is innocent. Okay, right. So, like, I respect Bob Motta and Andrea Burkhart were at the trial in Delphi with me, covering it. They worked just as hard as I did, if not harder. I still don't know how. This is probably the first time I'm going to go live as long as Andrea Burkhart ever does. And I don't know how she does it, honestly, because I'm already like, damn, we got a ways more to go. I respect them both. And despite disagreeing with them on Richard Allen's guilt. So, okay, where was I? This is a more, okay, eye contact. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, we'll start zooming through these. The horrible things I've done. Okay, John Dehlin email. On July 23rd, 2025, I was in Boise, Idaho, working and reporting at the Brian Koberger sentencing. Prior to the press conference, I was looking for a seat. There were not many seats at the Brian Koberger sentencing, only 2 rows of seats because most people were standing. But there was one row that was open to Lindsay, my former producer, and a close friend of the stalker. Stalker was not there. And there was another, Lori was there in another seat, kind of away. And then a woman named Sarah, who also appears on the TikTok. I don't know Sarah, but she appears on this TikTok channel in both video and comments. So I, looking for a seat, needing a seat, I asked Lindsay if the seat was available next to her. And a woman named Lori, also one of my stalker's friend, screamed at me to not talk to Lindsay because I had previously sent her a cease and desist. It was embarrassing in that moment in a professional setting, but I ignored it and I walked away and I was shaken by that. You know, I'm just trying to be professional in a professional setting. During that day, myself and my producer Grayson were constantly filmed by my stalker's group of friends, which included people I mentioned. Janice was also there, Lori, and this Sarah girl who appears, again, I don't know her, and is part of their 7 Gatherers group. And
can you imagine if law enforcement or lawyer, FBI would get their hands on their phones and all this recording of Lauren? That's too bad she's so afraid like that. I don't know.
oh, we got this. This is her filming. Janice is in the green dress. Okay, so filming. Well, it's okay. That's from your. Oh, it's in mine. Oh, there you go. Okay, so yeah, it was there. And then these are all the women that are involved in commenting and reposting on these targeted social media pages. In fact, Lindsay, did make it on the stand and admitted that yes, she comments. She likes to comment like a kitten being tortured in some of the comments. That night, my producer and I went to a local restaurant in Boise, Idaho, to have dinner after the sentencing. We sat outside the restaurant and were enjoying our dinner when I noticed from outside the restaurant that Janice was once again filming me from outside the restaurant's property. I waved, she flipped me off. I'm like, here we go again. And because of our history, I turned my camera on for safety. And I kept it on, and I actually had my camera on for over 8 minutes, talking to Grayson, encouraging her, telling her, just don't worry about it. And then Lori and Sarah, 2 of the 7 gatherers, came up to my dinner table to confront me. And we're going to play that, and I'm going to say a couple things about it. So we start with me sort of talking to Grayson. And what's the first word you hear Lori say so that you know it's Lori? About today, referring to the Brian Koberger. Yeah, referring to the Brian Koberger sentencing. So I'm saying don't give them air, leave them alone. I'm going to set the stage a little bit more. They were sitting inside. We did not know that. But Janice was outside filming us. And you can't see in the background. Lindsay walks out and keeps going while the other 2, and you won't be able to see Lori's face come up to our table unbeknownst to us. So here's this video. Okay.
recording me, so I did. I just like waved, and then she proved she was. I just looked beyond. They waved. Like,
Put me off.
I don't know.
They wave.
Don't stare. Don't stare. I do. Remember what we decided. Please do not give them air.
About today?
What?
About today? You sent her a cease and desist. You had the cops talk to Christina about stuff that you shouldn't be waving at her. You shouldn't be coming, talking to her. You should be staying far away from her.
So the cops have nothing to do with what I.
I'm just saying, don't.
I was asking about a seat. I was asking about a seat. I walked away.
You said Lindsay. You said Lindsay. Lindsay. Is anyone sitting here? Don't talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s. She don't talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s. Lindsay, I'm not talking to you.
Lindsay doesn't want to talk to her. She said her cease and desist letter. Why would you want to talk to her?
So cease and desist is later Christina, and please calling Christina. I didn't request that. Someone that
Just stop acting like you nothing happened, that you haven't done anything.
I haven't done anything, and I will stand by that forever. Yeah, it has nothing to do with you guys. It has nothing to do with
We are
this.
friends and we will back her up till the
A
day
cease
she
and
dies.
desist is a legal business. It has nothing to do with you guys.
Things that you did. What
did I do?
You accused her of things you did.
What did I do?
You sent her cease and desist, and then
What
you
did I do?
approached her. You approached her after you
A cease and desist.
Why would you want to approach her after you sent her cease and desist?
I asked if I could
I know, I
sit.
told her there
I was at a press conference.
Well, then she kept asking. I know. What does that have to do with anything?
When there's not a lot of seats, you say
There were lots of empty seats she could have sat at, but she chose to ask about sitting. She chose to specifically approach somebody by name that she sent a cease and desist to. It's like,
great. Guess what? You know what? I work with Lindsay, and she tried to get me soon. So guess what? I don't give a fuck.
I don't know you.
well, you know me. You don't know
No,
me.
I have your phone number because I wanted to get eyelash extensions, but we never hung out. I don't know you. So could you please get away from our table because you're making me uncomfortable. I don't know you. I don't know why you guys approached us. We asked about a seat at a press conference. I don't approach you guys when we're all hanging out together. You guys, I know. So you're approaching me while I'm trying to have dinner. I approached you at a press conference about a seat. Could you please? She's bothering us. Could you tell her to leave us alone? I don't know her. I've never communicated with her.
Sorry, moving on to why that's not up yet.
Thank you.
At least we got the idea.
So we'll probably play that video later because I want to point out a few more things about it. And watching it for the first time might be confusing. It seems, as you hear, I keep repeating, "What did I do? I didn't do anything." And they keep saying that I sent their friend a cease and desist, and I said, "It had nothing to do with you. I don't know what this is about. We're in a professional setting." They came up. You see, actually, Janice filming in the background at one point. I don't understand. You guys don't understand. I don't understand. I want these people to leave me alone. I want to be able to report at trials and have things be normal and mature. And I will say this: I was a broadcast reporter for 10 years before I was a YouTuber. I would go on location everywhere. I have never experienced this. I don't know why they keep coming up to me, why they are filming me, why they are harassing me. I will point this out too. Grayson asked me to make this clear when she was talking about something. She and my ex-producer, Lindsay, did used to work together. So there is a previous situation with them. It has nothing to do with me. So there's that. It's true crime world is small. So, so it was all of them. Christina said her name again. Again, I just want to point out, she makes her name very, very public. It is my choice to not share her name. I don't want to share her name. If I do, I'm sorry. Please don't do anything to her, please. I would like to refer to her as my stalker at this time. If I make a mistake, please ignore it. But she does make her name very clear and well known publicly. So I turned on my camera for safety, and shortly after that, Lori and Sarah came up to my dinner table confronting me. Janice continued to film the confrontation from outside the restaurant. The waiter came over as Lori walked away while Sarah continued her confrontation. And again, the cease and desist has nothing to do with them at all. Interestingly enough, in Lindsay's declaration to this response, she said that she believed the cease and desist was given to her because I was friends with the stalkers. It's very confusing that because Lindsay was friends with the stalker, it's very confusing to me. The cease and desist has nothing to do with any of them. I've received cease and desist from True Crime, by the way. I want you to know that. Like, I get them and I go, okay, check. I received one a few months ago from a family of a case I've been talking about. They asked me to stop talking about something in particular. I was like, okay, I've stopped. Anyway, this is a really big deal. I kept saying, what did I do? What did I do? And they're like, you sent our friend a cease and desist. I still don't know what I've done. I just know that I can't go to trials in peace and that I'm getting threats about my livelihood and that allegedly journalists and the true crime community hate me and they know what I've done. I don't know what I've done. I still don't know what I've done. Like I said, there's her name again, but the stalker's declaration states that I've tried to hurt people's businesses. She's seen evidence of that. Doesn't post any evidence. I haven't. All right. So after, I want to point out one other thing that's said in there. It's really important, and we'll play it again later, but I want to point out this really important thing. Lori states in that video, stop acting like nothing is wrong. Stop acting like nothing is wrong. And I say that because later on in other places, including the declarations, they claim that I'm harassing them. Yet I'm sitting there saying, don't give them air. Gray Rockham. Don't talk about this. You've never seen me do a live. You guys had no idea this was even happening, did you? And they're even saying, stop acting like nothing's wrong. I haven't done anything. Like, I think that's really telling. I haven't done anything. They're like almost angry that I haven't reacted at all, that I'm living my life, that I won't do anything. So, do we want to show how the stalker, well, let's see. Okay. After leaving, okay, no, this is important. So the waiter comes over and Lori walks away while Sarah continues her confrontation. After they leave the restaurant, where it turns out we were all eating, unbeknownst to us, we never went inside the restaurant. We never saw that they were there. After leaving the restaurant, they walked to the restaurant across the street and sat there. What it seemed like was them waiting for us to leave the restaurant we were eating at. And I was very uncomfortable because of all the consistent confrontations from this group. I was worried why they were sitting across the street. Were they waiting for me to get up? Were they going to film us again? I was very concerned about Grayson. She was very upset. Grayson is young. I'm very maternal with Grayson. We called John. We told him what happened. He goes, you know what? Why don't you just call police to escort you to your vehicle? And that's what I did. As they were leaving the restaurant, they walked across the street, and both myself, we were in fear for our safety, and eventually we called the police to help escort us to our vehicle. That is why I called the police. And then I have, it says, exhibit waiting. What? Oh, Ms. Charles says, I'm not trying to be funny, but Lauren, you need to try more profanity. Bullies choke on their own, I assume you meant receipts, not recipes. I know, right? It's so funny. Well, you guys heard me at the beginning. Yeah. So I think actually, honestly, okay, I'll stop there.
Just don't explain what happened. Here's Grayson. Here am I. I had them sitting here because this is where it is. And now, after they had dinner, they're sitting across. We felt threatened. I told them we felt threatened.
They're right there. We blurred them.
And now, here they all are, sitting across at a different restaurant, getting my face. It's Lindsay. It's Lori.
Somebody help me. Is this one of the girls? Hold on a minute. That's you?
I feel like we can leave, and now we feel threatened. We felt threatened. I told them we felt threatened.
Who's that? Oh. Sorry, hold on.
And we asked him to get rid of them, and we now feel like we can't leave. And they're all sitting in there. I'm looking side eye. I don't want to look over because they're like waiting for us, and so I'm not leaving.
So, so we're gonna wait for the other stuff with your declaration, right? Hmm? Yeah, let's play it now. Let's play it now. Let's play it now. So there's another thing we're going to save it for Grayson's declaration because she talks about this, but this is the same moment. This is how how Grayson filmed me during a really traumatic moment. I was just trying to collect evidence, and Grayson was really upset at this moment. Us like just seeing the writing on the wall, like we can't even go to trials anymore. Like what is going on? And so I recorded this moment. If you have it, and you're going to play it.
You don't respond. You don't respond.
Where are they?
They're literally across the street, just waiting on us to leave this restaurant. 3 of them left, and the only ones left are Lori, Janice, and Lindsay. Which means the 3 of them are waiting to confront us.
So the 3 that have always confronted us.
They're all waiting. Well, like, what's next?
I'm glad these other girls are the mean girls. They are really just building their own case for Lauren. I don't know if she realizes that. And there's a pattern here. And this is so weird. I don't know why they're doing this. But I bet you they are getting off on seeing people so upset. And Lauren is doing the right thing, in my opinion. If she ain't feeling safe, she needs to record. You know, like people tell you with the cops, record. Yes. Build a paper trail, everything you can on these people. Well, actually, they're doing it for you. Hi. I know, it's scary, ain't it? Oh my God, he was a cop. Stalkers are scary, but when you dealt with a few of them, they're kind of like all the same. It's weird. Except for when you have a female stalker, it's a whole different ball game. The only thing I can say about my experience is when I was there next to her. She's scary. She's scary. Okay, and I had a safe word with my girls. I don't know if you guys remember that. I had a safe word, and but now that I'm home, I'm okay. But being in her home under her roof, and never mind, I'm not even going to go there. I'm going to get all steamed. Okay, let's get back to Lauren.
Physically assault me because I don't respond to them.
So
I'm literally at dinner, enjoying a dinner, and they're coming up to me and making me feel unsafe when I'm not doing anything. And I'm telling them to leave me alone. Like I'm not even like doing anything. It would be one thing if I was going up to them. But guess what? I stay away. All they do, everyone probably is film me.
No, I know. They film me over. We just do our work. We just do our
So
work.
what? Because we didn't answer the filming, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered. We're in this. These see this.
by the way, Grayson originally said, please, please, please do not ever show those videos. But because I showed the one at the beginning of this live, she decided to take one for the team and let me show that. So thank you, Grayson. One other question. Well, we'll get to it. Later, the stalker does a TikTok tying herself to this event despite not being here in Boise. We'll get to that in a little bit. After hearing about everything, Susu, I called dispatch 911. I called dispatch. I used to be a reporter in Boise too, by the way. I know how it works. And I just said, hey, it's just weird. I'm just nervous. We were just looking for an escort to our vehicle. And as we walked, and I have the whole thing recorded with Officer Jacobs, because I actually say that respectfully. I say, hey, I know you have body cam footage. Can I also record from my end? And he says, absolutely. So I have the whole entire encounter with Officer Jacobs. That don't worry, we won't play it here. We have so much to go over. But after hearing about everything, Officer Jacob called the on-call prosecutor and took a report for stalking. And I have the stalking number here. And I point out in this declaration that the report will reflect that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening, because they all said on their end that, we knew, that we must have known they were eating inside, that we picked this restaurant on purpose, that we sat by the exit. Actually, no, Lindsay walked directly out. They actually had to turn out of the exit to see, they didn't need to wait. The door was actually on the other side, and they certainly didn't need to come to our table. Some of the group did not. And that Janice was filming outside. So it was, but it reflects that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening. The waiter explained to us and the officer that they had been eating inside. We never went inside, so we were simply unaware that they were there. However, after that incident, my stalker made a social media video about the incident, claiming that her and her friends were defending Lindsay, my ex-producer, who did indeed receive a cease and desist from me months earlier. And in that video, posted on August 8th, my stalker used an audio clip of me from a recent interview I did on July 27th, 2025. Thank you, Difficult Research, for being here. Love you, Krisha. Thank you. The exhibit is Exhibit 17. Abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem.
She sent my friend, let's call her friend A cease and desist, and then walked right up to her to start talking. Friend A avoided her completely. They work in the same space, so overlap happens. But the rule friend A made was simple. If she talks to me, I will not speak to her back. One night, my friend, including friend A and others, are at a restaurant. They've been there for 2 hours. As they're about to wrap up their dinner and leave, ex-friend walks in and sits by the door with her assistant. It's a choose-your-own seating restaurant, and she chose to sit by the exit. A friend of mine, let's call her friend B, walks out of the bathroom and sees ex-friend and says to her, do not talk to friend A. You sent her a cease and desist, full of lies, by the way, and she does not want to talk to you. Friend B then walks away. Of course, ex-friend is like, oh, she can fight her own battles. Well, duh, she can fight her own battles, but you sent her freaking cease and desist full of untrue claims. So you're making others fight her battle. Okay? Okay. Hours later, my ex-friend goes to the police claiming my friends were stalking her, even though my friends had been at that restaurant first. For multiple hours had been at that restaurant first. It's like calling 911 on someone for being in the same room you just walked into. That's how unhinged this ex-friend is.
So in other words, the stalker ties herself to a group bullying campaign. Whether or not she was in town, she is letting me know that the reason they're doing this is because I sent their friend, who was employed by me, I paid a lot of money to, a cease and desist for something that has nothing to do with them, and that they're now going to, I guess, harass me and that I deserve it. I don't know. We called the police for an escort to our vehicle, and rightfully so. And again, the fact that they said, stop acting like nothing's wrong. I don't. And thank you to the person who said, stop saying, I don't know what I did. Start saying, I did nothing. I have not done anything. Thank you for correcting me on that. When stalking happens, you start to doubt yourself. Trust me. I sat in tears going, what have I done? Something like, am I missing something? Nobody has ever been able to clarify. I think I said, what did I do to them? Like, I haven't done anything because I have not done anything. I have not done anything. On July 29th, 2025, this is going to be, by the way, a hot mic 18. On July 29th, 2025, my stalker also posted another video of my voice. And this is interesting, actually. I was caught on a hot mic in Long Crime. What was it after? It was after Lori Daybell's sentencing. I said nothing wrong. In fact, I didn't even think there was a hot mic. I leave it to me, not even thinking of hot mics. What I said was okay. In fact, I remember thinking after, I'm like, oh, well, I'm good. I'm safe. Grayson is the one that you hear in the background going hot mic. And until the moment she said hot mic, it didn't even occur to me. I was like, oh, okay. This is her TikTok. We'll watch the unedited version, the authentic version after. But here is on August 6th, my stalker publishing a video with photos. Oh, no, take that back. On July 20th, this is my stalker posting another video of my voice, which is this hot mic, unedited.
I noticed she likes you. She came over.
And she didn't give me after. And she said, thank you for being so kind to me. And she was very open to me asking anything. And she knew I was kind to her.
Yeah, in a second, let me just share what this is. So that was confused. That was, my stalker makes sure she's the face of every post. So you didn't see the video of the hot mic moment. That was my stalker that we blurred. She puts the quotes of what's going on redacted. It's very confusing. She calls it weaponized kindness. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy Jo. Thank you. So she calls this weaponized kindness. And that was it. That's what she did edit it. We're going to watch the original hot mic on Long Crime. It was after the Lori Daybell sentencing, the last one. And to be very clear, someone, I'll just set the stage, someone who was a trial goer, a kind girl, who I quite like. I won't say her name. She's really sweet in trial. She's sweet to everyone. And I noticed that she was actually across the room talking to Summer Shiflett, who is Lori Vallow Daybell's sister. I actually thought it was really sweet that they were talking. I noticed that from the back row where the media sat. It's a good view of everyone from the back row. And I also know, full disclosure, that Summer does not care for me. And I actually really respect that and understand. In order to be a journalist in this case, not everyone is going to like the things that I have to say when evidence appears. I also, at the same time, because I'm capable of this, I have so much empathy for Summer Shiflett, Lori's sister, so much. I wept as I listened to her talk to Lori on recordings in the courthouse. I feel bad for Summer Shiflett. I believe that her sister manipulated her. And I cannot imagine. Look what I'm doing. I'm doing an entire live. I've been going live for almost 3 hours about what I've been through. I cannot imagine what Summer has been through. So I have a lot of empathy for her. I've also had to speak some really uncomfortable truths and talk about things she does not like. And I know that Summer does not like me, and I fully respect that. Not everyone needs to like me. And not everyone is going to like me. Understandably, not just respect, I understand why she wouldn't. So that sets the stage for this hot mic moment on Long Crime.
Details on that phone call.
Yes, I will. I'll text you. It's just on Amazon. Here, can you see it? Can I show you? We're leaving, but I got a lot today from Summer. So we're leaving, but I got a lot today from Summer. I
noticed she likes you. She came over.
I talked a lot. And she didn't give me after. And she said, thank you for being so kind to me. And then, I noticed she was very open to me asking anything. And she knew I was kind to her. Yeah. I got a lot, but we're leaving. So she said she'll call me. So.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you too.
I'm always too busy.
We're going to give you a hand if you have to walk.
Okay.
Well, I'm not a podcaster. I don't continue.
No, I know, but I just want
I would be nice for today.
No, I have so much empathy for someone.
Can I borrow 30 seconds?
I love very much. She's incredible.
So before I ever knew there was a hot mic there, I said, I have empathy for her. That was the moment that my stalker decided to delete. I think it's also becoming very clear that I have done nothing wrong. I have done nothing wrong. They are looking for anything that I have possibly done, and they find a hot mic moment of me where I still don't do anything wrong, and they edit it to call it weaponized kindness. It's just fascinating. It's a fascinating thing to watch. I'm like, I'm good. On August 6th, this is when things got serious. So on August 6th, this has been going on for how many months now? 3 months? Like every other day. People reaching out, when you say just don't get on, people are reaching out. They're letting me know. They're seeing these TikToks. They're sending them to me. I did delete TikTok on my phone. I said, don't tell me anymore. People were sending them. People were telling me. And then all of a sudden I realized I have to collect evidence. So I was watching them. And every other day there was a new TikTok. It was incredible. There are so many. And then, so we're not even touching the surface here. On August 6th, though, things took a new turn for me. I kept ignoring it. That's what I do. Just ignore it. Nothing's wrong. Just do what we do best at Hidden True Crime, make good art. We've done nothing wrong. We're good people. We just keep doing what we do and make good.
No, it's time that you take action, and you started doing the steps. She could win this whole case because they are following her around. There is a pattern here that's been going on with these little demonesses.
Art. That's what we say at Hidden True Crime, make good art, meaning we are quality over quantity. We care. Keep going. Keep moving. But on August 6th, 2025, my stalker published a video with photos of my husband's website talking about my husband. Mm-hmm.
Things my ex-friend uses as almost street cred are her husband's.
Maybe pause it. Okay, we'll go back to the beginning of that. Yeah, let me finish. There was more. My husband, John, you guys know him as my co-host, is a clinical and forensic psychologist. He's licensed in both Utah and Nevada. My stalker in this video questioned his credentials and spoke about calling UNLV, where my husband is an adjunct professor. So now we're calling my professional contacts and journalists, and now reaching out to anyone that gives me a platform, making people nervous about, platforming me. And now we're calling my husband's workplace association, because it's actually even more incredible than my husband being an adjunct professor, and he has been there for well over a decade. He does it voluntary. At this moment, he is supervising a doctorate student, which is what adjunct professors do in the clinical psychology department. He does this voluntary because he cares about education and the psychology field. He knows he has so much to offer, and students every year are so grateful to have been supervised by my adjunct professor husband, who does this out of the goodness of his altruistic heart. And so my husband, John, and yes, he has a PhD in psychology. And you guys are going to love this. We're going to just say this before because it's so funny. So most people know what a PhD is. My stalker does not. So let's make it very clear here. A PhD is a doctorate of philosophy of the subject you choose. So anyone with a PhD has a doctorate of philosophy in. So my husband has a doctorate of philosophy in psychology. These people are digging so hard because my husband has such a limited profile online. When I was dating him, I couldn't find anything. He's so private. They dug up his commencement program to try to find anything wrong. These people are desperate to find something wrong about now, not just me, but my husband, my sweet husband, who never wanted to be on YouTube and is now taking a backseat. And now you know why. So let's listen to this.
One of the things my ex-friend uses as almost street cred are her husband's credentials. She claims that he is a criminal psychologist, a forensic psychologist, and a clinical psychologist. He has a psychology license. I found that's a fact. She also claims he's been an adjunct professor at UNLV since 2007. Because this involves other people, and I'm trying to figure out what's fact versus fiction, I decided to call up UNLV and see if Dr. So-and-so has been an adjunct professor since 2007. No, you have no records at all working for UNLV? No. Okay. Well, I found a paper online that shows he's willing to supervise PhD students doing their thesis project. My question is a man who got his PhD in philosophy, not psychology, philosophy, got his master's degree in marriage and family and child counseling, that does not have his PhD in psychology, then able to call himself a doctor of psychology, or able to supervise doctorates in psychology when he has his doctorate in philosophy.
I did have to giggle about this one. I said, oh my gosh, she's an idiot. But you said it, not me. The best part about it is that she claims that she looked to see if he had his license, and she found out that he did. And she found out that she found information about him supervising students on the UNLV website. She still wasn't satisfied. She called UNLV. And when they said to her that they didn't have him in their, because again, it's voluntary in their employment, this is what you call lack of evidence. This is what you call conspiracy theorists. This is what you call confirmation bias. Despite all of the evidence showing he is who he is, She takes that one thing and decides it's a lie. And she actually titled that TikTok "Exposing a Lie," saying that we are lying about who we are. This is defamatory. September, so we had to get this for court, the court that we can never do because they were going to live stream my family's pain. Oh yeah, and in her declaration, Grayson reminds me, not only is this defamation, in her declaration, in response to my civil stock injunction, she actually doubles down and says he is not an adjunct professor. He is not. She is so convinced that we are evil and that we are dark and that I have done something terrible, even though she has not shown a single thing on her TikTok that I've ever done that I am ashamed of or true. Or even this is, she has doubled down. So September 20th, 2025, we had to make this for court. To whom it may concern, my name is Dr. Michelle Paul, and I am currently the Assistant Vice President of Mental and Behavioral Health and Executive Director of UNLV Practice Institute of Mental and Behavioral Health. In addition, in service of its mission to address Nevada's mental health crisis, UNLV Practice houses an interdisciplinary training clinic that offers services to campus and community members. Previously, I served the UNLV Clinical Psychology PhD program as a community clinical training site. During my tenure as the ADCT, I became aware of Dr. John Mathias and his interest in developing a practicum site for the university, where he worked at Family and Child Treatment FACT as a clinical director. I interviewed Dr. Mathias on or about 2007. And he agreed to begin accepting, supervising, and mentoring advanced level doctoral students into the newly developed practicum placement at FACT around that same time. As a consequence of his service to the community and is typical of psychologists overseeing advanced practicum placements in collaboration with the clinical psychology PhD program at UNLV, I recommended him and he was conferred the title of Adjunct Assistant Professor in the Department of Psychology, College of Liberal Arts on or about 2012. This recommendation was made after several years of committed service to our doctoral students, the university, and the community. It is worth pointing out that his position of Adjunct Assistant Professor of Psychology was considered a volunteer position, which is consistent with UNLV policy for adjunct professors in the community. This is what he is. That's what an adjunct professor is. And although I left my position as a director of training in 2023, I'm aware that Dr. Mathias has continued to supervise advanced doctoral level students as recently as this semester under the supervision of that doctor, whose last name I don't want to butcher, the current associate director of training for the PhD program. Because of his recent and ongoing professional relationship with UNLV's clinical psychology PhD program as an active and valued clinical supervisor and mentor, he would remain eligible for continued recognition as an adjunct assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, College of Liberal Arts at UNLV for the academic year 2025 through 2026. And by the way, can I say something too? I just want to point something out. Wait, am I there? Can people hear me? Okay. At any point, some of you are saying, why are you only telling me now? Because I am not who she is. I do have a platform. She doesn't. She's not a true crime creator. I do. I have a platform. I've got hidden gems. I realize that at any moment I could have come on here and blasted her TikTok and assume that many of you would feel the same way I do. I didn't. And I'm still not. And I'm only moving forward because I am scared for my family's safety and I can't get help. And I just had to pull my civil stalking injunction. I am not who she says I am. I am not. I don't want to.
I believe her. I do not believe those other girls. Like, you know what? I wouldn't even give those other girls the information they're putting out there at the time of the day. If I would have seen those text messages, right? But I don't really get into that kind of shit. I would have been like, oh my God, that is so wrong to be sharing it, number one. Right? I'm really bummed out that she is not going to court. She would have won. She's worried for her family's safety. I'm sorry, the way these girls are going, I'd be really afraid now. And you know what? Shoot, they still have power. And I hate to say it like that. I really do. And I'm not trying to be mean at all. At all. I've been through these situations. But Lauren, you did nothing wrong. I guess you're doing the best that you know how to do from being in a horrible situation like that and never being in a situation like that. You don't know what to do. But you did start finally, what's the word, you guys? You started being proactive, You started with the recording, which is good. All the documentation, which is good. Well, they're helping you too because they're stupid and putting all this out there. But I wish you would have kept that court hearing. You would have won. If anything, at least do cyberbullying and contact the FBI.
Hurt people. Let's go on. That changed things for me, by the way. That really, really changed things for me because you know what? I have a thicker skin. I chose to be a broadcast reporter and have people criticize me. I choose to manage my family business YouTube account, which is oftentimes not kind, and I can handle it. But when you're going after my husband and his life work, this is when things started to take a turn for me. I knew I needed help because they were never going to stop. And by the way, we're not showing you all the TikToks. Every other day, guys. Every other day, TikToks about me and our business. Hidden true lies is what they call me. Never showing anything substantial, just tormenting me, mocking me, criticizing me. And what this is, it's coercive control and intimidation. That's exactly what this is. That is what this is. You can say whatever it is. This is a TikTok every other day, every few days, trying to expose me of something I've never done, trying to hurt me, trying to burn. This is a quote. We're going to get to it. My faults, burn her fucking false kingdom to the ground every other day is painful. But I just kept going on, not doing a thing until this, and things changed for me. Because now it's escalating. Months later, it's escalating. They're now calling now they're including my husband. He definitely didn't do anything. On July 29th, we did that one. Thank goodness, because we got to hurry. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of our correspondence from April. Already told you guys about this correspondence. Nothing's wrong with it. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of our correspondence from April in which I clearly stated I felt threatened. Once again, showing no regard for myself or my safety. And you can share this if you want. Oh, sorry. Example 20, text TikTok. These are texts I'm not ashamed of.
The fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I have their receipts because contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots. What's the Nevada law?
What? I was just doing some searching because here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to do my own say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because we don't, there's so many laws that we just don't know.
It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies. Love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm their ride or die, the best person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal action. Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about because I had a legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs, and you do too.
So there you go, continuing showing what I've done. A fastest friendship crash ever, you guys. I'm not ashamed of that text. Okay. And by the way, the police officer made sure to state the laws in his police report that he didn't answer to her on the phone. After that date, August 13th, she has continued posting more social media videos about me. Presently, she has posted over 50 TikToks and 33 Instagram posts about me. She continues to share my voice, my photos, and she uses search engine optimization on these platforms using a hashtag Laura Matthias. So that if you look at my name, her videos come up. Her group of friends continue to comment and harass. Not only has she contacted UNLV, where my husband supervises students and is an adjunct professor, as well as John DeLynn, whose email you saw. She has also, or made sure that somebody contacted John DeLynn. She's also contacted the producer, and I learned this directly from the producer, of a national news show, advising them not to work with me or other colleagues of mine. She is calling torturous interference. She is calling my professional contacts. And I have heard, thank you to the ones that have come forward. To the others that haven't come forward, please come forward and let me know. Please. Please. I've been canceled on a few shows. It's okay. Life moves on. So she has contacted the producer of a national news show, advising them not to work with me. She's called other colleagues of mine. And she has also approached victims of major crimes that I work for, to tell them that I am not who I say I am. And those victims have told me so. Not all of them, some of them. She has become entirely obsessed with me, doing anything she can to make me feel unsafe and fearful. Again, coercive control as well as intimidation. She has done the same now with my family and producer. My producer is so fearful that she had to see a psychiatrist to get on medication for anxiety, as well as medication to simply be able to sleep at night. My husband's blood pressure is far higher than ever, and doctors are concerned about his health. He is not sleeping due to fear and anxiety as well. And we do have an exhibit of that. I don't know if we have it. So many exhibits. Yeah, so while she gets that exhibit of my husband's health, I'll keep going. I live in constant fear about being followed and harassed, both at home or when I go to work in other states, as well as online. I cannot function in my day-to-day life due to her obsessive campaign against me and how it is affecting my mental and physical well-being. My stalker uses herself as well as others, to continue, and I will say in law and crime, clearly too, to continue to harass and stalk me daily. The attacks are unrelenting and she will not stop. I fear for our safety and our well-being. This is a text from my husband. I can't sleep. This is from Dr. John to me, his wife. I can't sleep. My heart is racing. I'm a mess. I don't think I can do the meeting tomorrow. I'm probably in no condition or mood to film the next week either. This shit is a life destroyer. I hope I don't have a heart attack over all this bullshit because I can't calm down at all. None of this is good news. I feel like we are back to square one where we started. I will try to go back to sleep if I can, but it seems unlikely at the moment. I hope you can get some rest or are resting. I will never forgive these people if something happens to him. He did go to the doctor and they can't get his blood pressure down. I love him so much. He's my soulmate. If anything happens.
They have been making laws. People that are being bullied like this, cyber bullied, they're being bullied in their real life, through the internet, through the phone, whatever it may be. If anything does happen to them, they could be responsible. What state are they in? Nevada? But they're making it where people can actually go to prison for pushing people to take their lives like this. It's sad.
To him. Every day, it feels like the walls are closing in and there is no escape from these terrifying and obsessive, unrelenting attacks on us, our reputation, and our work. I feel threatened and in danger 24/7. I cannot continue to live in fear every single day, wondering what will happen next. The stress of this has already caused many dangerous health side effects for my husband and for myself and my family and my producer. It's positively malicious, as I have already described in painful but important detail. I am fearful of how far she will continue to take things if the court does not step in and help me and us. I need the social media attacks and cyber stalking to stop. She has contacted people I work with, harming relationships with no basis. I need to be able to show up to work and work events without being fearful of my safety and confrontations. I need to be able to function day to day and not wonder what is coming next and how she will harm me and those I care about. Signed, August 27th, 2025. That stalking injunction, temporary stalking injunction, was approved. It took a very long time. Usually that happens in a couple of days. It happened. And I don't know if we don't need to read that, but it was over CrimeCon. And she was not supposed to attend CrimeCon, where I was going for work and where I was attending the Clue Awards to celebrate the Delphi victims getting a Crime Fighter Award. I wanted to feel safe. I wanted to feel peace. I wanted Grayson to feel safe and to feel peace. And I wanted the post to stop. And so she was supposed to stop the post and not attend CrimeCon. And she violated the moment she was served. She violated it multiple times. That is scary to me. So I will keep going.
Okay, when was CrimeCon? She violated the order. Why did she get arrested? What's going on here? Where does this girl live? She is actually going to different states and following her. You cannot let them win. No, absolutely not. And she don't know who I am or anything, but I got her back. I'm here for her. I'm going to pray for her. I've been through this before. I feel her pain, right? It was in Colorado? Okay. Do you know what month? I can't see. Ever since my daughter died, I haven't been in my right mind. So I just want Lauren to know that I'm sorry, and we got your back. Real creators, they will have your back. None of this is okay. These are horrible human beings, and the universe will take care of them. And I'm really happy that she is putting this out there. I'm sure it's extremely hard because it's so personal, but this is like I said, you're taking your power back. It's hard for me to explain in words, you guys, but you guys know what I'm saying, right? Um it just makes you feel good. You get it out, and there you go. And people are going to see this, right? And yes, people are going to go look for these girls. I did. I'm admitting it right now. The one stalker. The other ones, I'll be working on that. And it's like, I think everybody needs to know who they are to protect themselves from individuals like this. Okay, I'll carry on.
I hereby declare, under penalty of perjury, that the facts stated, so this is a new declaration, the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge. My name is Lauren Matthias. I'm over the age of 18. I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. Since being served with a civil stalking injunction, the respondent has repeatedly violated its terms. These ongoing violations have heightened my fear and concerns for the safety of both myself and my family. The respondent's actions demonstrate a clear disregard for this court's order and a deliberate intent to continue targeting, stalking, and harassing me even while an active injunction remains in effect. After the court granted the injunction on September 4th, law enforcement officers proceeded to the respondent's residence to serve her with the order. Although the respondent was not present, her husband accepted service on her behalf and confirmed that he would inform her of it. Accordingly, she was considered properly served in the state of Utah. Later that same evening, the respondent published posts on both TikTok and Instagram using public accounts she has previously created for the purpose of targeting me the many past months, which is in direct violation of the civil stalking injunction that states not to post on TikTok or Instagram. Links to those accounts are here, and I have links in my declaration of both accounts that she has. In one video, after receiving her stalking injunction, she sang the lyrics stating, quote, "Whoops, you messed up, ran around, and then you got caught. Whoops, you messed up, now you're crying about what you lost," end quote. This is not the first time that she has used that particular audio in reference to me, and it feels threatening. What does she intend that I lose? In addition, a friend of hers commented on the post, who happens to be, and the friend happens to be the ex-contractor of mine. And that ex-contractor says, quote, "Time to tell the real story," end quote. To which the respondent replied, "As you wish." And we have that exhibit if you want it. And on the evening of September 4th, tell me when you have it. Oh, the video? Okay.
Okay. I want to read these comments in a minute. But I did find something, and of course, you guys know that I'm going to look into this. The legislature did pass laws about this cyberbullying, right? And it's to a criminal act. So it's criminal, and people, if they do take their life, they can get charged with involuntary manslaughter. Let's see what else. Let me read this here real quick. But that's just one example. So that's good to know. No, I don't want anything to happen to her family or her husband. I'm just putting it out there that, yes, legislator did pass a law that it is criminal, cyberbullying, and if the person takes their life. Damn. Okay, let me look at the comments. I think this will shut them down. If it doesn't, you know what? She posted a new video. Can you believe that? They don't care. They're nuts. I heard a bunch of creators mention Colorado. Oh, Nashville? There's more than one? Oh. Okay. Oh, God, this is crazy. This is crazy. But you know what? She's got to realize that for every one of her haters, right? Let me put it this way. Okay, there's 5 of them. There's 5 of them that are going after her, right? She's got over 300,000 people that are for her. Okay? You got to think about it that way. And I bet you the people that are attacking and leaving these comments, I bet you it's all 5 of these girls that have like what do they call it? Like a bot plant or whatever it may be, farm, different devices and everything, and probably got hundreds of emails. It's probably just them doing it all. Who knows? And hopefully FBI will get involved and take all their devices. That's what I would do. Oh my God, does she ever have a case? Oh my God, I just can't believe it. And it's across state lines too, because they are following her. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, I'll carry on.
Okay. And on the video evening of September 4th, I was informed that the respondent was present at the same hotel in Aurora, Colorado, where I was staying. The following morning, September 5th, my producer Grayson and I met with officers from the Aurora Police Department to provide them with a copy of the injunction and to request their assistance in assuring the respondent's removal from CrimeCon, as her attendance was prohibited under the terms of the order for my safety. I was further informed by CrimeCon security that upon her arrival in Colorado, the respondent approached the head of CrimeCon security and stated that she was aware that she had been served with a civil stalking injunction through her husband, yet she nevertheless intended to attend CrimeCon despite the injunction barring her presence. You have that one video? Okay, the what's video. After she... That to me, thank you, Kresha, that to me is very threatening after she receives a civil stalking injunction from me. Oops, you messed up. Now you're going to be crying about what you lost. That's concerning. And as my husband always says, the most dangerous time is after someone receives a, stalking, a restraining order. And this is somebody who's defying it. I'm scared. This is threatening. And so now she's contacted the head of CrimeCon security to let them know that even though the stalking injunction says she can't attend, she's going to attend anyway. CrimeCon is a professional work event for me, and the respondent and her accomplices have repeatedly jeopardized my safety at multiple work-related events over the past 4 months, which the respondent gloats about on social media. My fear for my personal safety in this situation was extreme. Later that same day, law enforcement officers observed the respondent walking through the CrimeCon Expo in close proximity to where I was located. Officers approached her, provided her with a physical copy of the injunction, and informed her that she was required to leave immediately and would be subject to arrest if she returned. And during this interaction, the respondent acknowledged that she was aware of the order and confirmed that her husband had already sent it to her. Despite this knowledge, she chose to attend CrimeCon in direct violation of this injunction. This is all heard in police body cam footage in the afternoon of September 5th. And we're going to play that for you here. I am ready. And thank you, Kresha. Yeah, give us a second. By the way, we knew this live was going to be long. I think it's going to be longer than we thought it was going to be. And Grayson, you're rocking it. How's your back doing? If you need to take a break and you need to put on, and we're here for long haul. Okay.
Do you mind if I CRD real fast?
So that I feel today. Till I get out my snackies. Okay, hold on. 1 second. Gotta unload.
We're gonna start this over because there's one where they approach her. We're gonna look for it. And,
Holy crap!
Yeah, we'll do it after this one. So really quick, this is in order.
Look at here. Look at here. Look at all the devices she has here. Look at all this. A phone. A phone. Look at all this, you guys. Holy crap. She should have been in jail. They should have arrested her.
We have a video for when they approach her. And we don't have the video right now, so we're going to watch this and then we'll just go back to that one.
You did? Oh, yeah. Here you go.
I'm sorry. Does anybody know, do these girls, do they like, okay, do they do like true crime? Like, I'm no professional, but like me, right? I ain't nothing like Lauren. I'm not professional whatsoever. But at least I do everything I do with a heart and facts. And I say that because why do these girls have, do you see all the wiring? The devices and wire? Okay. Yes, you can have whatever the F you want, but you know, she's taking everything out of her backpack right now. So she got a lottery ticket, I see too.
All right, man. Do you know what's going on here right now?
I mean, I make a lot of assumptions, but I'm assuming yes. Yes.
Do you mind if I get a good phone number for your phone?
Yeah, because I called you guys yesterday too.
Did you? Okay.
Yes. This is yes. I called you guys yesterday. I had a feeling this was like she was gonna pull this.
Okay. So we just don't want to blindside you, right? We just want to make sure everyone's on the same page, okay?
No, I mean like to what like I obviously only know like what has happened like at my house.
Okay.
Like with that, but
Is
like,
that
I don't.
like in Utah or?
Yeah, I live in Utah.
Okay. So can I continue your phone?
I'm sorry. Yes. I have yeah, I mean, ask me, I don't know. I need to tell where to go.
I mean, so, long story short, you're being served with a protective order.
Okay.
So you're not allowed to come within 500 feet of the respondent. You're not allowed to go to the convention. You can stay at the hotel, but you cannot go to the convention or 500 feet.
Question. I've had these tickets booked since last June.
If you violated the judge's order, we will arrest you and you have to go to jail. We don't have a choice about that.
No, that's fine. I'm just asking questions. I know you're doing your job. I'm not crying because, you know, it's just a lot. I play free. Okay, so I understand you're doing your job. Can I ask questions?
Yeah.
About it?
There's a copy of it for you.
I already have.
You're kidding me. She's crying. This is all an act. That is all an act from this girl. She's not really crying because this is happening. She's sick. She's doing it for attention from law enforcement to try to make them feel bad. Oh, Ace Frehley died. Wow. Let me tell you something. I had an order of protection from my ex-husband. Mind you, people, this was how many years ago? Let's see, 1998. Yeah, I had an order of protection, right? He would get away with violating it, right? The cops wouldn't arrest him. They're like, well, we didn't see him there, this and that. I'm like I made it up. Well, you know what ended up happening? He almost took my life and somebody's life that I was living with a baseball bat to the head. So that's kind of what scares me. Even with an order, with these sick kind of people, it's like they don't really take it serious until something bad happens. To this day, 2025. I mean, mine happened in 1998. This is crazy.
A picture my husband sent me yesterday.
We'll leave you with a physical copy.
Yeah, just we have to get the physical copy so that way you have your record and
Okay.
you're going to our record department as well.
So, can I fight this here?
No.
This is going to be a Utah based.
Yeah, so my question is, like, I've had these tickets since last June. She knew that. She never did. I ended my friendship with her. In April, it's the last time I ever spoke to her. I initiated. She messaged me. I have police reports of her harassing me. I'm going to literally be fighting this. That's not the issue. The issue is like, I've had these since last June. When I ended my friendship, she didn't have tickets here at all. She knew I was coming here. With that said, like, why am I getting punished when I've had these tickets? I'm sure they can look it up. You know what I mean? I'm sure they can look it up. But like, this is
So I don't know if that's like something you can take up with them as far as like maybe a reimbursement or however you guys are trying to do it. Not but that's gonna be like civil on that side, right? So
No,
we're
for sure.
just delivering the protection order, okay?
Yeah, I'm just asking, like, like, what can I do? Like, I'm here with my friends. You know, sorry.
Like I said, they're not kicking you out of the hotel, but you
no,
can come to the Con, right? So you can stay at the hotel.
I know,
just as long as you stay away from.
Like, I have a friend who's about to go on stage and present, and I really can't see that either.
I'm sorry. That's
No, I know. Wait, so.
situation that we're in.
I know. It's
And this looks like, after reading it, it's a no contact order.
Oh, I've never contacted her.
So, but there's other people listed in it that you are not allowed to contact.
I never saw other people.
It's in the,
wouldn't
on
be
the
able to
second
talk
page.
to anybody that, like, she knows, like, never.
Okay.
But, my point is, I've done that. I have like her history of her pulling this stuff before with other police
So
reports.
when you go to court for this, you're gonna have a court date.
No, it sucks. This is like.
I understand, and I understand the frustration with it, but what the judge signs off on.
How did you get a signature on something that's not even?
My partner and I can't deviate off this. So if anything's violated in this, from what the judge says,
Yeah, no,
we have a legal obligation. We have to enforce it.
Do, and I'm not asking you not to.
So we'd hate for something like this to happen where you
How
get
do I
arrested
find out
over
how this
this.
was approved?
I would hire an attorney and have your attorney go through it and we go to
No,
court.
but like, how is this even approved? Because these, like, I have done literally.
It's an application process. It's an application that's done through the judge.
I know, but like, I want to, like, how do I find, because I might be at grade one, but I'm a rookie, so like, obviously she had to say something to be able to get this signed.
It's an application process that has to go through. You go to court, you apply for it. If the judge deems that it's necessary, the judge will grant it.
Okay.
So whatever she put in the application and whatever evidence she presented, the judge obviously agreed with it and issued it.
Okay.
So you do have a court date for it. It doesn't show it on here. I would reach out to the county and find out when the court date is. And then you can have to go to court and you can explain everything. And
I know, this is why I came. I like came to your office in Aurora yesterday to avoid all this because literally, like, this is like me having plans to go somewhere and someone else following me here and then telling me I'm the stalker.
Well, I'm sorry that this happened,
Like,
but unfortunately there's nothing we can do.
I know.
And so this is, if you reach out to Utah, this looks like a case number that all the information regarding this protection order is going to be under, okay? I'm going to give you a business card. This is a case number that you're going to write our report under. We're just going to say that's a okay?
No,
I
I respect what you do. Thank you. I'm not mad at you at all. I'm just.
It's just an unfortunate.
And like, thank you.
How did she even get her way? How did they not arrest her? She is a Yeah, she's something else. She knew that she was going to be taken to jail. So she had to do something quick. So that really scared her. Hey, little girl, stalker girl. If anything happens to this family and one of them end up dying, I hope you get charged with, I hope you get a charge. And I pray nothing happens. I want to put that out there. I pray. I just want those individuals to know it's criminal now. A law got passed. Oh boy, it's not. Holy crap.
For answering what you could. Yeah, it's fortunate.
It sucks, but
fortunately, Utah has great laws, anti-slap laws for like room medication, room out anti-slapping on this one. But okay,
Yeah,
so wait, so tell me what I don't obviously want to go to jail.
Right.
So I can be in my hotel room.
Yeah.
And can I hang out like in the bar with my friends at night?
as long as it's not the crime-con convention and you're not within 500 feet of her or the other named parties that are on this.
Like, let me see, because I didn't see like when the one they said.
It shows these are all the people you're not allowed to come in contact with.
So just a general like blanket statement. She could say anyone is a business.
Like I said,
coworker.
we don't have access to what they happen in the Utah courts.
Yeah. I wonder how I can about that.
I would hire legal counsel and
No, yeah, thank you.
go that route. They can get all the stuff that they need and go from there.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys. I got to come down here to do this today.
No problem. I'd rather have you
I tried to, like, save you some time yesterday because.
We'd rather explain it to you. That way you know what you can and can't do instead of accidentally violating it.
Yes.
And then, like I said, even if it's accidentally violated, we still have to arrest you.
No, totally. And by all means, I won't like.
Be here on vacation and
No.
so.
Yes. No, I respect what you do. That would be. I don't want to make you guys do that at all.
And that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah. Any questions for me that I could? Okay.
I would just read through it, know what you can and can't do, and just use those as guidelines and don't violate it. Because it's no contact, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit.
I've never in
It's
contact
all
with her
listed in there.
I know, I've never, like, literally not one time ever, since ending my friendship with her, have I contacted her at all, other than a response to the message she sent me.
If like she reaches out to you by any means, then just try to form some type of documentation where like, hey, I'm not allowed to contact you, don't contact.
No, I'm not even talking about that.
Don't
No,
even reply.
I don't even. No,
What I would do is if you start getting messages from her texting you, stuff like that, report it, get a report number, document it so that so whatever messages are sent or phone calls can be uploaded into digital evidence. That way there's a record of it that she reached out to you, you're not reaching out to her or any of the other people that are in there. Because it's no contact on your end.
No, I'm.
So even if you replied,
I don't even nothing. I'm not even no.
Yeah, because even if you replied to her saying, you know, I gave you a temporary protection order, and you say, yeah, I know, you just violated it because you responded to her.
That's so true. Okay, that's so.
So you don't want to.
I'm not planning on that.
I'm just telling you so you know.
No, I'm so glad you do. Keep telling me all the things I need to know. I don't want to accidentally. Oh, leave right now.
It's just the crime con from the 5th through the 7th.
How come?
And 500 feet within her, and the internet stuff and phone calls is what I saw in there.
Okay.
But I'd read over it. I just to make sure that you're good with it.
Yes, you did. I'm ready. She's the one harassing me. I guess pull this. Oh yeah, I have I kept like a binder of all of her, even the like Utah law around that, just because I was a little worried. Like my husband said that someone came to the house yesterday, and I was like, well, like look up Utah law to make sure like I wasn't breaking any laws by being here. That's why. Okay, I went to Utah law and said it had to be served directly to me. So that's why. And I called an attorney this morning, and she was like, just live your life. Like essentially, I'm just here.
Okay, I was really getting like irritated with this, how they're letting her talk, but it's a good thing they're letting her talk, right? Because she's putting her foot in her mouth. They can catch her on her lies. This is wonderful. This is evidence here. Okay? Stalker is building her own case, without a doubt, on camera.
One of my friends, which is unfortunate, but sorry.
It's okay. Do you have any other questions?
No. Okay. No. I think you answered them.
Okay.
Do you guys have like a phone number I can call if I do think of any? Like.
So,
yeah.
My contact information is on there as well, my email address.
Okay. Just because I don't know, you know, right now I'm clearly for some reason emotional.
We're working here
to my makeup.
We're sorry we did that.
No, not you guys. My freaking body wrote out crying. Yeah. No, I mean, there was one moment yesterday where I saw her immediately went to security and got behind her. I mean, not behind her, behind the security guard, just to say, you don't want to be around that one.
No, I understand. So, and you can also, if the harassment keeps going that way, you can apply for a protective order against her. It's your right.
I kind of wanted to do that yesterday too. That's why I was trying to I have the report for that yesterday, just because I'm like, dude, I'm all of it literally done for harassing me. It's dumb. Not dumb of you, dumb that someone else uses the police as a weaponizing police. And I'm just talking about it. Anyway, okay. So I need to tell my friends. And can I just go? I don't want to be it's kind of embarrassing to be escorted. Can I walk with them, like outside? Like, can I walk with them out?
To the hotel.
To like just the hotel, like my elevator?
We'll go talk to them. I have no issue with that. Yeah, that way you're not being escorted by us. That's fine.
She'll take pictures of that.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Mr. Luis if he'll do that. Would you be willing to escort her back to the elevator so she can go to the hotel room? I'm sorry, I didn't catch. Oh, would you guys be willing to escort her back to the elevator so she can go to the hotel room so she's not being escorted by the police? That's what I'm going to request.
Of course.
He'll escort you to the room, to the elevator. That way we're not walking you there. Okay? You're welcome. Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it at that. You guys can decide what you think of that. We do have the body cam footage as well, as when the officers informed us that she had officially been served by Colorado officers as well. And I'm going to share that for transparency purposes because also at this this crime con, she was seen a lot with Lori Hellis, someone who's recently been making videos of me. Another, I think, past contact that she chose to reach out to of mine. She's someone that used to appear on my channel, like many other people used to appear on my channel. And there have been rumors spreading about what this was about and that I was enjoying this or so somehow abusing police powers. I really don't understand it. So for full transparency, we're going to show you the body cam footage of when we were informed that she was served and that she had left and that we might be able to feel relief and enjoy crime con. So here we go.
Good. Are you Miss Lauren?
Did you get a copy of this yet?
Yeah, we provided them to you guys.
Okay, did you already have a copy?
I'm looking around because I'm nervous.
Hi, sorry, there was somebody walking by that is friends with her, so I just wanted to look at her for a second.
My partner and I, we explained everything to her, what she can and can't do, where she can be and can't be. And we thoroughly explained that if she does violate it, she will be arrested. So,
and she understands.
Yeah, we gave her, it's official, we served her, gave her a copy. I already had the NCIC hit, we just got to call our records and say we served her a copy.
Okay.
And then I'll get you a business card. We just got to write a quick little report that we served it, and then we can have it for your records as well.
Thank you, officers or detectives. Sorry, I don't know.
No, officers. Okay. Thank you. I'm not that cool. I'm Bovon.
Bovon?
Yes,
and Raymer?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it a lot. You guys are
I was telling about it this morning. This is the first people I've listened to us.
Well, we got information emailed to us the other day, so we kind of already had a heads up of what was going on. So, but with these, they're not official until you put a copy in somebody's hands.
Right, and that's happened now.
So now she has a copy that I left it with her. So.
Thank you.
And real fast, do you mind if I just get your, do you have like an entity if I can take a picture real fast? Just, like I said, just so I can put it in the report.
Absolutely, I understand, yeah.
And it seems like it's a no contact order, so there's not allowed phone, internet, any of that stuff.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine, we appreciate it.
I have this and a driver's license. Do you have a preference?
Whatever's easier. Probably the driver's license. Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Okay. Oh, and there's Lieutenant, go grab Lieutenant.
Perfect, everything's back to them. And then real fast, if I can just get your phone number. Or the phone number I called works.
The phone number, pardon?
The phone number I just called, does that one work for you?
That one. That's my producer.
You guys, you can tell in this video what those people are doing to her. Lauren is a beautiful woman, okay? But you can see this is taking a toll on her. So sad. They stayed at the same hotel. Jesus. Oh, well, that's what I would have said. An order's an order. See, that pisses me off. But that's okay because, you know, little stalker, she is building her own case to be arrested or to be charged with something, right?
Grayson Yore, who's on there. I'm the, what do you call it, the person that his name is official. So they have your phone number. Do we want to give him mine too? Probably Lauren Matthias.
Okay.
And it's, let's put it on the table for someone to see it, but I don't want to. It'll do more work. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep, like I said, we're just going to write up a quick little report that we served to her and then give you guys your copy that you gave us back.
Okay.
And then
She is aware that it's no phone contact, like you said, so if there's any messages that are sent, emails, anything like that, that's a violation of it.
Yeah, she's been putting threats on social media, but I think that it's on there.
Yeah, she's not allowed to do any of that.
Okay. She knows no TikTok?
She knows everything. I said
She's given a copy, yeah.
I said it's a no contact order, so read over it. Whatever the judge puts in here, we can't deviate from it. You will be arrested if you violate this.
Okay. Thank you guys.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
You guys have a good time.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Take care.
So there you go. Just want to point out, I was looking down. I was nervous. There was another angle. By the way, Grayson and I were just talking there back and forth. I wanted to play the other angle. Grayson doesn't because it's a repeat, but I think it shows how fearful Grayson was. That was more the angle you could see me. We received 5 body cam in total of a few things. And so those were 2 of them. I want to say thank you to Brandy, who's here. That is Michael Vaughn, or Monkey's mother. Monkey Vaughn is still missing. Her little boy was kidnapped. Thank you. I'm so sorry. And I hope you're feeling better, Brandy. I know how you've been going through so much. And we hope that you'll be able to see justice. Please, everyone, know the monkey is still missing. After leaving CrimeCon, the respondent, right after leaving, you heard Grace say she knows she cannot post on TikTok or Instagram anymore, even though she'd already posted that one. They said, yes, she knows. She knows. So after leaving CrimeCon, the respondent proceeded to publish 2 additional posts on both the TikTok and Instagram accounts that she made to expose me using these same targeted accounts. In the first of these posts, she appeared walking in a field while mouthing along to the audio, stating, quote, "And don't come over here lying on me because I'm going to tell you what you said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike said. Don't lie on me. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not lie on me," end quote. And as with her prior post, the comments were populated by individuals the respondent routinely engages to further her ongoing efforts to target and harass me, many of whom were at the same CrimeCon Expo. And then we have that video. Should I share both of them? You share them back to back? Is that easier? In the second video that she posted after, oh, there you can go for it. Here's that video.
Come over here. Because I'm going to tell what you said, Ronnie, Bobby. I'm going to tell what you said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike said. Don't lie on me. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not lie on me.
Okay. In the second video, the respondent mouthed the lyrics to Eminem's song Worms. The content of the song can reasonably be interpreted as threatening, very threatening. The opening lines of this Eminem song Worms is, quote, "You claim if you get knocked by the cops, you'll give them not even a statement. Walk in the arraignment, shoot the bailiff, karate kick the plaintiff," end quote. The portion that the respondent chose to perform states, quote, "Because nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some words. I hope you offended and drag my name through the mud, through the dirt, but I'm going to make you eat your words." By deliberately selecting and performing these lyrics on the targeted social media accounts, the respondent conveyed a threatening and harassing message directed at me in direct violation of the active injunction. And we'll listen to that.
Nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms. Nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms. Drag my name through the mud, through the dirt, but I'm gonna make you eat your worms.
I agree, Joe. That is a threat. If you know what that song is, that is a threat. And this is after she has been served a stalking injunction, which is a restraining order that she is breaking. Additionally, later that evening, while I was in the bar area of the hotel, I observed the respondent standing just a few feet away from me, holding a camera. In light of her established pattern of targeting me through photographs, recordings, and videos, her close proximity with a recording device was extremely threatening and placed me in genuine fear for my safety. The respondent only departed after noticing that my producer, Grayson, was on the phone. At that time, Grayson was speaking with an officer from the Aurora Police Department to inform them. This conduct, occurring after she had already been warned by law enforcement earlier that day, as you saw in the body cam footage, demonstrates her intentional disregard of the stalking injunction and her ongoing effort to intimidate and harass me despite the court's order. The officers had reinforced over and over that she was to be 500 feet away from me at all times. And we have an exhibit of these bar photos, 1 and 2. I don't know if I can make, you're just going to show 1? Okay. Yeah, so let's just see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Does this help? Nope, doesn't help. Does this help? Nope, doesn't help. Good enough. Oops, there I am. Sorry. Goodbye. Okay, so there it is. There she is. I wish you could see it a little bit closer, but she's there holding a camera while we're just sitting at a table comfortably right there. I later learned that I was very, very afraid, by the way. When you throw out the threats that I'm feeling, the serving of the stalking injunction that day, knowing what the police officers told us, you're good to go, you should be safe. And then that night, there she is with a camera and socks. And we had been there all night. I was like, I don't think I'd ever been more fearful for my safety than in that moment. I was like, what is she going to do next? Will this ever? Nothing. That nothing will stop her. Nothing.
Give it time. It will. This is sick. I will be her bodyguard. I know how to handle situations like this. Yes, Lauren, I will protect you at all costs. She won't even be able to talk to you. Listen to me. I will protect you at all costs. I would not let her even speak to her. The words would have to come through me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This post is just the first of many. Yeah. I know. This is crazy. She could have won the case. Oh, jeez.
I later learned that a friend of mine who was aware of the ongoing threats and stalking had taken photographs of this incident, which is why we have this. And he took multiple. These photos clearly show that the respondent was standing only a few feet away from me and my producer, Grayson, despite an active civil stalking injunction prohibiting such conduct. Her deliberate proximity felt extremely intimidating and was intended to cause me fear and distress. And by the way, maybe I won't read it, but there's also a letter, a signed letter from my friend who took this photo. Let's see. I think I might have it right here. Okay. Okay, I think it might be somewhere else. We'll keep going. But thank you to my friend. They wrote and had it official, explained what time he took it, when he took it, why he took it, that it was unaltered. And if we come across it, I'll read it because I want to read everything here because that's what this live is for. So additionally, then on Sunday, September 7th at CrimCon, while I was seated in the bar area for lunch, I observed the respondent again being escorted by someone to the restaurant located directly behind me. Once again, she was within less than 500 feet of me in direct violation of the injunction. Her continued proximity placed me in fear for my safety and further demonstrated her disregard for the court order. On Wednesday, September 10th, one of the respondent's associates, and you can make it bigger now, maybe, or yeah, I think you're good. On Wednesday, September 10th, one of the respondent's associates who had been with her a lot at CrimCon, Lori Hillis, published a video on her own YouTube channel. In that video, Lori Hillis specifically discusses the civil stalking injunction. Something I wanted to.
What? Oh, here we go with Lori Hillis. Lori Hellis, the lady I cannot stand. She's not my cup of tea. There we go. She's not my cup of tea. So I don't want her, but I don't like what she did to JJ's family. No, I don't. I know what she did. Me and Kresha, we used to talk on the phone. You don't know who that is? Oh my God, Lori Hellis. I can't believe that lady's still around. She shouldn't even have a channel.
Keep private for my safety. She uses my name to identify me publicly and to emphasize that I had served this respondent with the order. And again, this also plays into the stalker also reaching out to anyone and everyone that I have had professional relationships with. She reached out, and then they became close and spoke. So let's pull up this portion of Lori Hellis' video, and let me also clarify that in the stalking injunction, it reads, "Do not recruit other people to do this with you." Because this has been a group thing. There are, as I pointed out, there are associates, there are people. This is a group bullying effort. Do not recruit other people. She has a stalking injunction. Here, let's listen to Lori Hellis.
The next thing that happens is that one of the former friends starts making some TikTok videos. And on those TikTok videos, she's talking about the former friend, the former friendship, and she does at one point use the creator's voice. Post the snippet. And so when I get to CrimeCon, I'm told that this creator has now filed a stalking order against one of the women in her former friend group. And on Friday morning, when everybody is just launching into, or I guess it started at noon, I think, on Friday, this group is met by local police who tell this person that
you can stop
she can't go to CrimeCon because there's a stalking order and Lauren is attending. Sorry, the creator is attending. So she gets.
Okay. Lori Hellis. Okay. I am reviewing Lauren's video because from creator to creator, I feel she needs to know that she's not alone and that there are people that care, and I understand the fear that she's going through of being bullied and stalked, and those people need to be people need to know about these type of people. And Lori is not helping the situation. Am I making sense, people? I really try to. My mind's going like 150 miles an hour right now. Yeah. And Lori Hellis, she should know better than to use Lauren's full name and reading these. Why are you reading those documents, number one? That's just as bad as what Lawn Crime did. For real. For real.
That's 86th out of CrimeCon, even though she bought a ticket just like everybody else and just like the creator did. Now, this creator does not have a booth, is not presenting, is not a speaker, is in no way associated with CrimeCon. She's just there as an attendee the same way as everybody else. But she manages to get a stalking order. And the stalking order not only keeps her former friend, but anybody who associates with her former friend. So for the rest of CrimeCon, the local police are patrolling CrimeCon to make sure that the creator isn't stalked. And everybody else in the place is looking over their shoulder thinking, oh my gosh, are the police going to think that that I have to be thrown out because I was friendly to this this other person? So on Saturday night, we're all sitting around in the bar and the police come up and say to this person, you have to leave the bar because the creator's associate, not the creator, her minion, walked through the bar and you can't be in the same room with her.
Okay, Lori Hellis, this is what I want to say, okay, about me. I am not a professional podcaster, um, like, Lauren, I would say, right? I got a small channel, but I like to put out facts and I care about victims. Right now, I feel Lauren is a victim. Lauren is a victim. You got Lori Hellis, that used to be a so called attorney, doing this. Lauren is a victim, and you're doing this. Shame on you. Shame on all of you, especially creators that know better.
So
No.
she got not the creator, not the minion, but the former friend had to leave. And this is it's just getting out of hand. Now she's using the police to harass other people. And she's using the legal system in a way it was never intended to harass people. She's using the fact that her brother is a lawyer, and having him do a bunch of work for her. And the bottom line is, it's just wrong.
Oh. Lori just took a dig, didn't she? She brought up her deceased brother. Oh my God. I just went through something like that. Like, we know my daughter died, but it just dawned on me. She accused Lauren of, what did she say? Something about 10,000 something. Something about her book? I don't know. Can anybody tell me? I'm trying to catch up with all this. I feel so bad. I got to keep talking about it. Anything about Lori except that she's piling. Yeah, Lori's a joke, okay? I've known of her since she came around the Lori Vallow case. And she tried to win for them to unseal some files, documents. She's a content creator. She got money off of JJ and Tylee's demise, using the family, everything. That's how she got her start on YouTube. And everybody thought she was just wonderful. But I knew what she was doing behind the scenes. Dirty girl. She's dirty just like the rest of them. She must be a bored old lady. Sorry. I can't help it because she is a victim. This is a victim here. I'm a victim. I've been there. And yeah. These people ganging up on you. Never experienced anything like this before. It's overwhelming.
I haven't talked to Lori Hellis in years. She hasn't reached out to me. I don't know what she's been told. I don't know why she did that. I'm already afraid for my safety. Very, very afraid. She hasn't been dealing with what I've been dealing with last month. And now she has gone publicly on Facebook to announce that I have a stalking injunction at CrimeCon and that I'm wrong and that I'm harassing somebody. Like, I can't win. Like, I can't, I am trying to solve this the right way. I am trying to do the right thing. And no one will let me. Which is why we're all here tonight. And although the video that Lori Hellis posted contained numerous false statements, the respondent publicly commented on Lori Hellis's video, and it's a small channel. Not a lot of people watch it. The respondent publicly commented on it, writing, "Thank you, Lori, thank you," followed by 4 crying face emojis. Do you have that? We're going to pull that up. I want you guys to see that. So she goes live, and what happens? My stalker is thanking her for doing her dirty work. Yes, I'm a pro. This is called triangulation. By abusers using coercive control, triangulation, and intimidation, she got somebody to do her dirty work.
Okay, this is third party This is, you can't be doing this. You can't be doing any of this third party crap. At least he got evidence that she was there. Because you know what? She can, I want to say this. She said that she dropped it. She can still fight this. She could still, she could do a private, what do you call it? What do you call it when you file something? Sealed. She could have it sealed. And then she could ask for, oh God, no, those girls got a big mouth. Never mind. Is this Lori person? She thinks she's something else, okay? She's not my cup of tea, like I said. Oh, my point is, I'm saying about me, I'm not a professional, so I talk like I do. Yeah. And especially when I'm passionate about something.
Okay, we have it. And while we pull that up, there it is. Thank you, Lori. Thank you. We covered the respondent and my stalker's name, but she did admit to writing this in her declaration. The fact that the respondent enlisted or encouraged someone to create and publish a public video about me has made me feel even more unsafe. It demonstrated not only her continued efforts to target me directly, but to also her willingness to continue to involve others in amplifying the harassment. This conduct constitutes a direct violation of the civil stalking injunction and has further escalated my fear for my safety. Following the publication of the YouTube video about me, I received a threatening email and multiple threatening comments online. Yes, after people watched Lori Hellis's live, I started getting threatening emails and comments on my channel telling me that I have, that I am a harasser. I mean, what are some? Do we have some of them? We don't have them pulled up. Do you know what? There's some of them here. I'll tell you what they say. I have them. They're black and white, but I have them here. And I want to point out again, my stalker is not a creator. My stalker is not, she is not a creator. She's not. So here we go. Here's an email I received. Lauren not shot her face after her behavior at CrimeCon. She lost subscribers. Someone else, so blocking other creators from attending CrimeCon with stalking complaints. Explain that. Kathy wants to know. Someone else, tell us about crime.
Okay, I honestly think, this is my opinion, and I have a gut feeling that these comments that are left, right? And I think it's them girls. If they could get in, I'm sure they got a private Facebook group. Oh, I bet you there's so much information in there. Listen to me. I bet there's so much information. You know what? She could even sue. She could sue that girl. Okay? Besides getting order of protection, she could bring on a civil suit also. There's so much she can do. There's so much she could do she don't even know. Okay. Why did she drop the suit? Okay, I'm going to make a long story short because I discussed it the first 15 minutes of this video. Is because Long Crime found out, Long Crime took it upon themselves to get permission from the judge to record the hearing. Mind you, this is a restraining order. I've never heard of a judge giving permission for a restraining order. That's private. People's lives are, being harmed. And she's worried about her family's safety. And she didn't want the internet to know of this mess. Lauren, is that what she says? Oh, I'm sure they do. They're nothing but a bunch of trolls. That's what they are. But they're mean. I can tell you that. Evil. Long Crime, no doubt, because she's been on Long Crime. Her and her husband. I can't. Long Crime has gotten. What did I say earlier? The last year and a half to 2 years, they suck. They're not the same anymore. Okay. Ain't that awful? It is awful.
CrimeCon, who is stalking you? Why did you call police? So something that I wanted to remain private and quiet and discreet. Oh, someone else. I understand petty drama occurred at CrimeCon. How unfortunate and disappointing. Those are just a few of what started to happen. Let's see. So the fact that the respondent encouraged someone, it demonstrated not only her continued efforts to target me directly, but also her willingness to continue to involve others in amplifying the harassment. This conduct constitutes a direct violation of the civil stalking injunction and has further escalated my fears for safety. Following the publication of the YouTube video about me, I received a threatening email and multiple threatening comments online. These communications were a direct result from the respondent's involvement in creating and promoting that video. The threats were intimidating and hostile in nature, clearly intended to cause me fear and emotional distress. The escalation has made me feel even more unsafe and demonstrates that the respondent's conduct not only violates the civil stalking injunction, but also incites others to target and harass me on her behalf. For all of the reasons outlined above, I respectfully plead with this court not to grant the respondent additional time by continuing the evidentiary hearing. This is all you need, Utah. I'm pleading. Since the injunction was entered, the respondent has repeatedly and willfully violated its terms, both in person and online, demonstrating an ongoing and escalating pattern of stalking, harassment, intimidation, and disregard for the court's authority. Each violation has placed me in genuine fear for my safety and the safety of my family. To delay this matter any further would only embolden the respondent to continue her unlawful conduct and prolong the danger and distress I am forced to ensure. I therefore respectfully request that this court proceed with the evidentiary hearing as scheduled. Gianna, is she Mormon?
I think there needs to be some research out there of who this judge is or this court system out there. Oh, it's Utah, ain't it? Right. I'm ashamed of them. You don't use somebody's it ain't a criminal thing, it's a restraining order. And okay, like you could go in the courtroom, right? But like, God, yeah. Okay, someone just asked if that girl was Mormon, and that's what I want to know too.
Very, very proud of her religion as an LDS woman. Gianna, is she Mormon? Very.
Oh, that's scary.
Proud of her religion as an LDS.
It's scary because she is not doing. Okay, I don't really know the Mormon faith. We hear about it because of Lori Vallow, but Lori Vallow and them, they took a different route, right? Boy, that really explains a lot, don't it? That's scary. That's scary, people. Huh. And you know what? I think they like that because they know from the Lori Vallow case. Never mind. I'll come back with that thought.
This woman makes TikToks after coming home from church. Yes. And I want you to know that I don't hold that against any other beautiful people that are here and members of the LDS Church, including Nancy Jo Hancock, everybody else who I know are good and understand what it means to love your brothers and sisters. So I do not hold that against anyone else, but it's shocking, isn't it? Yes, she is. And she's a mother. So number 3, I am the petitioner. Wait, number 3. Okay. This is my third declaration, because I asked, by the way, the court never responded to my pleading to make it permanent after that, which you only need 2 violations to actually have criminal charges and make a permanent stalking injunction. That did not happen for me. Number 3, I am the petitioner in the above entitled matter. I make this third supplemental declaration to provide the court with additional information regarding the respondent's conduct, as well as the impact it has had on my safety, peace of mind, and daily life. This declaration is not intended to repeat what has already been presented, but instead to supplement the record with a broader account of the respondent's actions over the past several months. I believe it is important for the court to see the cumulative nature of this behavior and how it has affected me over time. The following paragraphs describe in detail the respondent's actions and their continuing effect on my emotional well-being, professional life, and personal sense of security. The respondent's actions have not only disrupted my peace of mind, but have also risen to the level of an existential threat to my life, my livelihood, and my family. I have felt as though every aspect of my safety and stability is under attack. This includes the ability to work without fear, to protect and provide for my family, and to live with even the basic sense of security. The respondent's behavior has forced me to question whether I can continue in my profession without ongoing harassment, and has strained my most important relationships, and has placed a constant cloud of fear over my daily existence. The respondent's actions have
Okay, I got a comment. There is a way. There's got to be a way. I know somebody, and it really irked me, that is not being abused by somebody, right? Check this out. This is the state of California, though. The person that they were, I don't want to say their name, the person that they were, she was able to get the emergency order. This is sick people that do take advantage of the system. Let's see, July, May, June. They gave, okay, she kept on, oh God. She did it pro se. They kept on giving her chance after chance and chance. She'd go to court and say, I wasn't able to get to it because this and that. The judge gave her 5 months to get her shit together, right? Mind you, dude lived nowhere near her, 300 miles away. He did not bother her. And he has a YouTube channel. It would be people in his chat talking about her, but the judge put that on him. She ended up getting the order. It's insane to me how people lie when she's the one that's been stalking him, right? It's on the internet for people to see, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. How this stuff is okay. Oh, it is? I don't know. I'm sure people seeing this now, right? I hope. And like you said, it's 9 hours long, and usually people don't like watching anything that's over an hour nowadays.
have not been a series of minor inconveniences, but rather an ongoing and relentless campaign that has profoundly threatened my well-being and sense of safety. Additionally, not only has it threatened my sense of physical safety, but at times it has made me question continuing to live, and it has taken such a toll on my mental state. Up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare that I cannot wake up from, no matter how hard I've tried. It feels as if every day there's new information about things the respondent has done and people in my life that she has contacted as part of this relentless campaign. The respondent has attacked me from all angles: myself, my husband, my business, the relationships that I've built throughout my career, my employee, and even my baby brother who tragically died just a month prior to her beginning all of this. She has proven that there is nothing off limits when it comes to her campaign to destroy me, stalk me, and harass me. This can be proven by some of the captions on the respondent's posts and comments that she has made and or engaged with on the social media accounts that she has created to target me. A particularly egregious example is the respondent's July 7th post. And we have that exhibit. We don't need to show it, but we have it. The cover text for that video reads, "Point of view. You saw the red flags and you thought, wow, what a passionate color palette," followed by spilling some tea, and then her brother's sperm, and concluding with, "without his consent." Part of the caption reads, "How could she do that without his consent is beyond me." To be clear, my brother suffered a catastrophic ATV accident in March of 2023. And before he died, in March of 2025, there were medical discussions about sperm preservation. I had mentioned the possibility of that to the respondent at one point. However, there was never any intent or allegation of sexual assault in those medical conversations, nor were there any other conversation details shared with the respondent. And we also, to publish a public insinuation that associates me with a sexual crime against my dying brother, just months after I held his hand as he passed, is not only profoundly hurtful. It is demonstrably false and malicious. My brother was not in a coma when these conversations with medical staff took place, and this was not a consent issue medically, proving that the respondent is putting her own spin on things to harm me. The respondent's statements have caused me intense emotional suffering, undermined my relationships and livelihood, and increased my fear for the physical and reputational safety of my family. I have had to have conversations about my brother that I never wanted to have, to defend being accused of wanting to sexually assault him. I have had to defend my family and our decision-making process. There are no words that can accurately convey what it is like to have to make decisions and have conversations with your family about what to do when the youngest sibling is never going to fully recover from a horrific and tragic accident. And then to have someone maliciously use that against me and falsely and publicly accuse me of things in the middle of navigating insurmountable grief is simply horrific. Respondent has also proven the accounts are directly about me within her posts. On a July 24th TikTok post, part of the respondent's caption reads, quote, "Let me tell you, if she would have met the ex-friend of mine who I made this account to expose," admitting there she made this account to expose me, "she would have clocked her in 2 seconds." Exhibit 8 clocked her. On an August 8th TikTok post in which she used my voice, she captioned the post, quote, "Can we talk about her own words and actions though?" End quote. She posted that same video on Instagram on August 9th and captioned the post, quote, "You can't make this ish up. Her words mixed with her actions is wild." A quote on the screen can also reads, quote, "Here is the voice of my ex-friend." Do we need to play this stuff or is it just a show? Okay. On August 29th, she made another post on TikTok and Instagram where she shows photos of me and part of what she says in her own voice while showing photos of me is, quote, "Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this toxic person I met and I knew for a year," end quote. In other words, this is about me, and she makes it clear. Additionally, the respondent often uses other people to promote her accounts, join her campaign, and or request that they give her advice for what she should be doing next. This can be shown with direct examples from both accounts. On July 8th, she featured an accomplice named Sarah in a video posted on both Instagram and TikTok. Part of the caption on TikTok read, quote, "Also, I'm curious if you know who I am talking about, and if you yourself have stories to share. Don't name names in the caption, just let me know if you know," end quote. I met this person, Sarah, at one point in line during a criminal trial I was covering back in 2024, but I have never spent any time with her personally, nor do I know her on any personal level. The only other interactions I have had with Sarah was to ask if a seat was available at a press conference with extremely limited seating, and when she came up to my dinner table in Boise, Idaho to confront me, in which the respondent later posted a public video about. On July 12th, the respondent made her first posts on both TikTok and Instagram that had my voice in them. The caption for both posts read, in part, quote, "So, this is my boldest post yet. I want your feedback and commentary. Should I do another bold one?" Comments for that include a comment from someone with the handle Quaffle that reads, quote, "Girl playing her voice is diabolical." The respondent then responds to the comment stating, quote, "As in, give you more? Or maybe I went too far with this post?" Someone with the name Felicia Henry O'Shields. Well, that's familiar. The person that emailed John DeLynn. She comments, "No, we need more." Quaffle responds, 100% keep going. Lori, an accomplice, the one that approached Grayson and me in Boise, whose husband randomly happens to be Grayson's a dentist, and she works at the office. Lori, an accomplice of this respondent, then comments, quote, "I agree, we need more." And then another comment from her, quote, "I think the chick she is talking about sounds like the diabolical one." Quaffle responds to Lori, quote, "Oh, she is. I just love that she put in the actual audio," end quote. The respondent liked all of the above comments in that thread, aside from her own, and then continued to escalate the behavior after that. On a TikTok post the respondent made on July 17th talking about the difference between a petty or a smear campaign, the respondent made a comment on the TikTok using her personal account stating, quote, "Just putting this out there, my DMs are open on this art account and the account I posted this PSA from. But objectively, you need to know this is not a smear campaign, and it is not petty. DMs are open." 2 days later, July 19th, the respondent made another post on TikTok. The caption read, quote, "Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. And I know it's either because she, 1, hurt you too, or 2, she hurt someone you care about, or 3, she told you about this account as a way of getting ahead of it. And now you're curious. Whichever of those 3 it is, let me tell you, trust your gut. It's real. I have not mentioned her name. I don't even hate this person. I don't wish her harm or any ill. All I wish is for those impacted by her to know they're not alone. So all you testing the waters, come join. The water is nice and peaceful here," end quote. On August 19th, the respondent posted another video on TikTok asking about personality disorders and alluding to me having one. Part of the caption read, quote, "Also, don't forget to like and comment or engage if you are seeing this. Let's make sure this behavior is put out there in case others need the info, end quote. The respondent has showed continued escalation of behavior over time on social media, alongside the public confrontations in which she ties herself to in social media posts. She has shown that her goal is to stalk and harass me, gain as much information about my life as possible, and to make sure other people join her in this mission so that it becomes far and widespread. On August 22nd, the respondent made a public post on TikTok about people using LinkedIn and spoke about it as a way of verifying information. The caption for that read, quote, "This isn't just a question about an ex-friend I've been talking about. I saw a video on TikTok where a girl was like, look, this is my background, but you should also do the research yourself. You should verify the information. You shouldn't have to take some random person's word for it just because they have an internet following. Verify my info." And that stood out to me, especially when a few weeks ago, I got curious if any of my ex-friend's background could be verified, only to find out that she and her husband didn't have a LinkedIn. And really, the only information on a Google search is information they've curated. We haven't curated a damn thing on our Google search. Makes me curious, end quote. Yeah, do you have it? Let's play it.
Do we think it's weird when a YouTube channel claims that they have a work history of XYZ, but there's like no way to really verify that? They don't have a LinkedIn. Neither person has a LinkedIn. And I think LinkedIn is important because they can connect the person with the former employer or where they work, and it just verifies that what they're saying is legit. But I could be reading into it. Am I reading into this?
Yeah. Why does she want my LinkedIn? So why is she so upset? Yeah, you're reading into it. You know, LinkedIn is something people write themselves. It's curated. So, but why is she so obsessed with my LinkedIn? She trying to call people? She trying to get more people that know me to verify, people that connect? She's trying to figure out who to call next. Has she gotten everyone yet? I saw randomly something in the comments, and I agree with. Nobody needs to go unsubscribe from anyone because of this live. That's not what this is about. I do not believe in cancel culture. I do not believe in public shaming. I do not believe in punishment. I am here to protect myself and nothing else. To make things go away, or for all you guys to know what I am going through. Given the respondent's history of publicly sharing that she called UNLV, where my husband supervises students, and the fact that she called a national news correspondent to discuss details about me, as well as a victim, well, one can reasonably assume she was and has been actively looking for other contacts of ours to call and discuss details about myself and my husband with. This is extremely unsettling. These actions show that the respondent is willing to insert herself into both mine and my husband's professional and personal lives in ways that are intrusive, unwanted, threatening, and deeply unsettling. Given this history and the fact that her actions have continued to escalate for nearly 6 months, it is also reasonable to fear that she will continue seeking out other professional and personal contacts in order to involve them in her campaign of harassment. This conduct causes ongoing stress and fear for both myself and my family. On July 31st, the respondent posted a TikTok with an audio that talks about being the keeper of receipts and the inconvenient truth that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground. That was said. Receipts and the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground. On August 23rd.
She's the keeper. Of course you hate her. She's the keeper of the screenshots, the receipts, the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground.
On July 31st, the respondent posted to a TikTok with audio that talks about being, oh, I said that. And then Lori comments, again, the wife to Grayson's dentist, she comments, burn that false kingdom down. She's the one that approached me in Boise. I don't know what I've ever done to her. I was always really kind. She was already I was kind of me. I don't know what's going on. After being served with the protective order, the respondent then posted the 3 videos I referred to in my second declaration. One of them, particularly the live video, which was posted on both platforms with the caption, "I have receipts." The respondent continued to respond to comments made by others. One comment read, "Clap emoji, please do it. It will be criminal for that ex-friend to get away with her backhanded actions," end quote. The respondent commented back, quote, "The hype you give, clap emoji times 2, literally clap emoji, thank you." It doesn't say exhibit. Oh, it's because it's keep going. And another, exhibit 36, another comment reads, "Girl, clap emoji, tell clap emoji it. Girl, tell it." The respondent comments back, "This is the energy I need, high five emoji times 2. To see the respondent continue to engage and make threatening posts and comments despite the order in place gives me serious concern for my safety. On another video, titled as the Whoops video in exhibit, the follower of the TikTok comments, "Time to tell the real story," to which the respondent, and that person is my ex-contractor, "Time to tell the real story," to which the respondent responded to the comment with, "As you wish, high five emoji times 2. Over time, the respondent has done things in efforts to ensure the stalking and harassment campaign she has launched against me goes far and wide. On a TikTok post she made on August 13th, she commented with her personal account stating, haters gonna hate. Yes, I'm commenting on my own post. Yep, ha 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 ha. I switched back to my art account, and this was the first thing that popped up. It made me laugh again. So I'm commenting on my own post for the algorithm. Yep, ha ha ha. Trying to get that algorithm. People see this. Some of the response, and that was Exhibit 38. I don't know if you're pulling it. Don't worry about it. You know, some of the respondents' videos posted to TikTok are also tagged with my name, my husband's name, and my business name. And this means that when somebody searches up my name, the respondents' videos pop up. All of those things combined increase the concerns I have for safety. The respondent has made it clear she will do what she wants and how she wants and when she wants, stopping at no lengths to cause harm to me. And here's an exhibit. I don't know. We probably don't show that one, right? Exhibit of the searches, how her videos pop up. Yeah. For all of the reasons above, both in the third declaration as well as the first two, and for the safety of myself and my family, I respectfully ask this court to convert this temporary civil stalking injunction into a permanent civil stalking injunction. The respondent's conduct, I see that, Grayson. The wife of the dentist who charged my credit card today for treatment that I got there. I have to wonder. Yeah, it's interesting. And you haven't been able to go. You by the way, TMI, but she has cavities. She does not feel. She doesn't know what to do. She can't go. She hasn't been going to the dentist because she's afraid to go to the dentist. Like the dentist wife who's in the office is like, well, what is she supposed to do? Anyway, for all those above reasons, both in the third declaration as well as the first two, and for the safety of myself and my family, I respectfully ask this court to convert the temporary civil stalking injunction into a permanent civil stalking injunction. The respondent's conduct, which includes her sustained escalating campaign of public posts, repeated effort to involve third parties, both virtually and physically, direct and indirect contact with my professional networks, and continuing posts that expressly target and shame me and my grieving family, despite being served with a temporary order, demonstrates that only a permanent order will sufficiently deter and constrain her. The harm that she has caused is not speculative, nor is it an isolated event. It is ongoing, extensive, and has significantly impaired my emotional well-being, my ability to work and provide for my family, as well as my family's sense of safety and livelihood. Next. This is Grayson's. I hereby declare under penalty of perjury that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of knowledge. My name is Grayson. This is my producer. I'm over the age of 18 years old and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I'm an employee of the petitioner. I met the stalker in May of 2024. After meeting her, I never had much contact with her until October of 2024. After that, I became friendly with the stalker. I began doing some work for Lauren that same month before transitioning to full-time work shortly after. And Lauren had hired the stalker to do graphic design work, and I would oftentimes be more or less the one overseeing what was being done, requesting things needed, and scheduling calls if needed. The stalker and I would eventually become what I considered friends. Because we both did work for Lauren, we were friends. There were many conversations that revolved around Lauren and her mental health and anguish, as both her mother and brother laid on hospice at the same time. And by the way, my mother is still on hospice, and I would be with her right now, in hospice, sleeping on her couch next to her. But I'm not, because of this. And so, they were friends. And there were many conversations that revolved around Lauren and her mental health and anguish as both her mother and brother lay on hospice at the same time. In April of 2025, I was sitting upstairs in the Maricopa County Courthouse when Lauren let me know that she had been confronted by the stalker and told that all of her text messages were being released by stalker. All of them. They were terrible. This is Grayson's account. What came next was like something I don't even know how to describe. You guys all to know, by the way, that I am seeing all of your super chats, and I want to thank you. We have such a long showing and still go, but thank you. I'm going to go through every one of them, and I see them coming, and I'm seeing familiar names I haven't seen in a long time, and it all means so much. She has not stopped or backed down. Instead, she continues to escalate day by day. I can't keep living like this every day. It has caused great harm to my mental and physical well-being. This is also by Grayson. My name is Grayson. I am the employee of the petitioner in this matter. I am writing the second declaration to provide the court with additional information regarding the actions of this respondent and the impact it has had on Lauren Matthias and those around her. The effect that the respondent and her stalking and harassing behavior has had on Lauren has been extreme. As things have escalated, I have noticed a severe mental health decline in Lauren. I am usually with Lauren for 12 or more hours a day. It's true, guys. We're here right now. The two of us travel together frequently for work, and during travel, we are together nearly 24 hours a day. Aside from her husband, I am the one person she spends the most time with, and I have been the person she has confided in the most during this, as to the effects it has had on her mental health. I was the person with Lauren on the day that she was confronted by the respondent in April. I was also the person who alerted Lauren on July 19th that people wanted her head on a platter after being told that in a phone call. After speaking with police that day, the officer called two people that we had direct information were involved. As in the direct information we had about these two people, not the stalker, that they were calling people, sharing private texts of mine, and then I'm going to get into it more later, but an ex-contractor of mine was sharing my private messages, and that she had been in contact with a creator, and the creator was calling victims and people I care about to tell them lies about me that weren't true. We knew about these two people, and this creator is the one that stated people wanted my head on a platter. And after speaking with police that day, the officer called two people we had direct information with were involved. And the officer told us that one of the individuals implicated the respondent. And that is true. We have the recording. I recorded this police call, by the way, legally. I let the officer know I would be recording. He understood. I recorded it. I have everything he said. And he came back in and said that one of those individuals that was called mentioned the stalker. We didn't call the police for the stalker. We're going to get into that later. We never knew that he had, in fact, called the stalker, though, until she posted the video mocking that officer. We've gone over that, which is marked in Exhibit 9. Just a few days after we called the police over safety concerns, a video popped up on my TikTok made by the respondent. And after clicking the profile, I quickly realized that the respondent had made an entire profile dedicated to harassing Lauren. I was the one who informed Lauren about this. The shift in Lauren's mental health became even more noticeable after the public social media attacks began. I have seen the panic and fear in Lauren over the last few months as the respondent has continued her pattern of escalation. I have had numerous conversations with Lauren about the effect this conduct has had on her mental health on multiple.
Okay. I'm just going to speed this up here because we already know from listening to Lawrence.
Son has been greatly affected by these events. He has developed an unusual sense of responsibility.
Oh boy. Let's listen.
Ability to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he tells her to, and to not ask questions. He lives with a constant fear that harm will come to her, and his sense of safety has been diminished. He mirrors his mother's anxiety and distress, and he has attempted to comfort and protect her, taking on responsibilities no young child should bear. His fear of strangers and imagined catastrophes has increased dramatically to the point of often refusing to leave the home. He has withdrawn socially from friends, struggled to fall asleep at his normal bedtime, and significantly reduced his appetite since the stalking began. And it is true, and he is weak. He has dark circles under his eyes because of lack of nutrition. This parental role reversal, empathic trauma, and emotional harm are all symptoms of what happens to children who become secondary victims when a parent is subjected to ongoing stalking and harassment. As a clinical and forensic psychologist, my professional work has included evaluating individuals for the risk of recidivism, which means reoffense, and patterns of antisocial and harmful behavior. In my expert opinion, when an individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. For this reason, I am especially concerned for the safety of my wife, my family, and myself. These restraining order violations, combined with the escalating psychological harm we have endured, have led me to respectfully request that the court not only uphold, but strengthen the stalking injunction in this matter, with the recommendation of a referral for criminal charges. There is no indication based upon past or current behaviors that the stalking and harassment will cease with or without the stalking injunction. I declare under penalty or perjury under the laws of the state of Utah that the foregoing is true and correct. This is from a friend of mine. I'm going to leave her name out of it. It is a dear, dear friend of mine. Those that have met her will know because of her generosity of when I cover crime and how she has helped me.
I know all this is important, but I just want to focus on the key things with her. I know the loved ones and her friends, are going to, write something up for her. Hold on.
It has been heartbreaking to watch the way.
Here we go. More body cam.
Absolutely, I understand. Yeah.
And it seems like it's a no contact order, so that's not allowed. Phone, internet, any of that stuff.
Oops. Sorry about that.
This, I have this and a driver's license. Do you have a preference? Oh, there's a
And real fast, if I could just get your phone number. Or the phone number I called first.
The phone number, pardon?
The phone number I just called.
That's my producer, Grayson Dorr. He's on there. I'm the, what do you call it, the person that his name is official. So they have your phone number. Do you want to give him mine too? Probably Lauren Matthias. And it's, someone to see it, but I don't want to. It'll do more. It'll do more work. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep, like I said, we're just gonna write a quick little report that we said.
And then she is aware that it's no phone contact, like you said. So if there's any messages that are sent, emails, anything like that, that's a violation of it.
Yeah, she's been putting threats on social media, but I think that it's on there.
She's not allowed to do any of that.
Okay. She knows no TikTok.
She knows everything. I said it's a
given a copy.
I said it's a no contact order. I said read over it. Whatever the judge puts in here, we can't deviate from it, and we'll be arrested if you violate this.
Okay. Thank you guys. We appreciate it. Thank you, officers. I appreciate it.
You guys have a good time.
Thank you. We totally. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Next thing. It's important because I kept saying throughout this thing, we're going to cover some things. All right. About police reports and what was really going on with police, because I'm being accused of abusing the law, of abusing police, making false police reports. So let's get into this. It's a big deal. This is the respondent through counsel, meaning my stalker, filing this memorandum in opposition for the request of a civil stalking injunction. This is why.
Oh man, okay. So now we're going to hear about the stalker and her attorney and what they have to say. Oh my God, how can I not watch all this right now? Oh.
She feels it's unnecessary. And we'll just read it, and I'll pull a few things. I think there were the arguments. I suspected that her counsel. Let's just read it. Let's just get through this. So her response, in other words, why she doesn't think this is fair. Through counsel, the respondent, through counsel, hereby files this memorandum in opposition to the request for civil stalking injunction and in anticipation for the evidentiary hearing that is set. The court should deny the requested injunction. Petitioner Lauren Matthias is a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers on YouTube and a variety of other platforms. I've actually been somewhat kind of understanding media a lot. I think I would call myself actually a limited public figure, but nonetheless, let's keep going. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers on YouTube and a variety of other platforms. Matthias uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, including current events, legal news, true crime, and culture. But Matthias also has a history of using various means to deprive others of the very same rights she exercises. Several individuals have been the subject of cease and desist letters. So I'm going to stop right there. 3 people in the past year have been the subject of cease and desist letters from me. That is true. 3 people. 2 of them are ex-contract workers to request that they stop sharing texts of mine. And then the third person that I mentioned is Lindsay, ex-producer of mine, for a completely separate reason. It has nothing to do with those others. It's completely separate. And I've already talked about that one and why. Those do not have to do. Nature of running a business happens. So several individuals have been the subject of cease and desist letters, 3 have, or false police reports. So she is claiming that I have filed false police reports. The requested injunction is simply Matthias's latest device to shut down speech with which he disagrees. And now, because they are accusing me of filing false police reports, which I take very seriously, we're going to go over these police reports. We're going to go over these police reports. So let's talk about the first one. The first time I called police. It was in where I live. And let me tell you about what's happening at this moment. I'm shunned at the last Lori Daybell trial by many people, and I'm not understanding why. It's quite luckily I just kept doing my work, and I did it well. And I am so proud of my coverage of the trial and of the justice I saw. Not by anyone I love, but people that I thought were friendly, and it was confusing. No one would talk to me. It's very weird. So I started to learn. Let me make sure I get this right. I started to learn about why that was happening. I got a call from a victim, and this victim, months later, let me know about a Proton email. And this email, what is a proton email? I didn't know what a proton email was. An email, and just get it ready. Maybe don't show it yet. Let me just explain it and we'll talk about it. An email that is sent through Proton means it's anonymous. You can't look it up. It's very protected. It's a protected server. An email from Proton, like an email address, a Proton email address, meaning it's protected. It's how you hide your identity and make sure no one can track you ever. And it was after the trial, months later, and this victim decided to let us know that this email went out from a Proton email address about me and Hidden True Crime and my husband. Is called Hidden True Lies. And so we learned about it from him and realized we also had received the same email, because everybody mentioned in this email received this email. And this was during the trial, during the last trial. And we had no idea until this victim came forward to let us know this was going on. And and let's just show it. This is the Proton email that we call is going to come up later, but can you show that now? So let's see if I can read it. If you only knew 11, and it's a Proton, so you can't see who said this is the truth will come out. Hidden True Crime, more like Hidden True Lies. All of it will come to light. Your trash talking Kay Woodcock and Heather Daybell and Gigi and Justin Lum and Nate Eaton and Ashley Banfield and Susan Hendricks and Rob Wood and Rachel Smith and Ray Hermosillo and on and on and on and on.
Wow. I cannot believe they just said that about these victims. Wow. Hold on. These people are sick. I mean, I know this is serious, but as for me, like now today, I would laugh at these girls. I'd be like, okay. Oh my God. Oh, I know. Okay, which ones are those? The one from her husband and producer. Are you talking about okay, we can skip this. Hold on. Let me mute because I know I'm going to echo.
Okay, we know that now. That helps. But neither of them are talking to me. So an ex-contractor of mine and a creator are now calling some of my, okay. So Grayson's like, why don't I try to reach out to this creator? That's what she thinks to herself. And she gets a hold of this creator. And this is verbatim what they state on the phone. Yeah. And we're going to bring it up what they say, because this sets the stage for why police were called. I'm already panicking. I'm like, what is happening? What sort of smear campaign is going on about me? I am good. I care. So this is the verbatim of what the creator.
Okay, we already know about that. Coming up. Okay. Good. I mean, I don't mean good. I know I'm just a small channel and she won't ever know I'm going through this, but I'm just going to put out their good vibes and I care, and nobody deserves this kind of treatment. This is diabolical here. This is sick.
Personal communications. To simplify, the victim believes that the suspect or an ex-contractor has sent company or personal text messages to a third party. Lauren is concerned if text messages are released to the public, that her reputation will suffer and that victims of crimes she has worked with in the past will be re-victimized. Yes. If you are going to share with people what is going on behind the scenes in my chats day in and day night while covering cases, victims will be re-victimized. It is cruel to even send them an email suggesting something is coming out and that the truth will come out. And I have not spoken poorly of victims in my text messages. no matter what anybody has said. I have defended them for years when others wouldn't. So let's see. The ex-contractor was sent a cease and desist order from Lauren's lawyer on April 9th, 2025. And text messages have... So we recorded everything the police officer was saying to us. He knew I was recording. I said, by the way, can I record? He goes, yeah, individuals have been the subject of a cease and desist letter or false police reports. The requested injunction is simply Matthias's latest declarations and instead provides a summary of the key facts as follows. Number one, Matthias, okay, we're going to take a break. Here we are. PSA, screenshots can be manipulated and falsified. I dealt with this when a troll was harassing me on Twitter, but I'll demonstrate with a message I wrote to our general admin account, Arctic Feline. Before I could reply from the Arctic Feline account, Janice replied, which was perfect. The first screenshot is the original message. The second I did in a few minutes with a free photo manipulation tool. And the third I did in a browser, no other tool needed. Notice how with that option, I don't even have the space constraints of the original message. These trolls go from case to case with a few tricks that they can use over and over. I've heard from people who have run other groups that the people who have trolled or troll family members in other cases, and one of the group of trolls hacked another group leader's accounts and published their passwords. This is what these people do. The end goal, I believe, what is it? Intimidation. Social media subscribers, followers about topics of public interest in the true crime community. Oh, really? Because actually when I blocked her, she then continued in my email. So, I tried to stop it. Of conduct. Online posts and public comments. The stalking statute is clear that the act or statement does not meet the definition of course of conduct unless it is directed at a specific individual. Matthias asked the court to parse the contents of the stalker's online post and infer that the stalker intended Matthias to see them. Such an exercise is impermissible under the stalking statute and problematic under First Amendment. And even if it were appropriate to extrapolate stalker's intent from the content of her post, the post that Matthias references show that it is not attempting to address specifically Matthias, her family, or Grayson directly or indirectly. The posts are clearly public commentary directed at the public generally. Matthias fails to prove course of conduct as the first requires element for the requested injunction. Number two, Matthias cannot show that a reasonable person in her circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. Oh, that's number two. I cannot show that. Matthias must also show that the stalker knew or was reckless as to whether the course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or to the safety of a third individual or to suffer other emotional distress. The second element of the stalking inquiry imposes an objective standard under which the subjective effect of the respondent's conduct on the petition is irrelevant. Courts must avoid succumbing to a purely subjective analysis, which is inconsistent with the objective standard's intent to protect against criminalizing conduct that only an unreasonable, sensitive, or paranoid petitioner would find harassing. Courts applying King's individualized objective standard have considered such factors as the petitioner's background, the petitioner's knowledge of, and the relationship with the respondent and history of abuse between the parties, and the cumulative effect of the respondent's repetitive conduct. The foregoing factors enumerated in Baird and later in Ragsdale are not an exhaustive list, and courts may examine other relevant factors. Here, Matthias cannot show the stalker knew or acted recklessly. She does not. She has drawn things and given them to me for free. She does not work. But anyway, let's move on. Lindsay, Christina, Janice, Lori have just as much of right to be in public spaces and participate in public events as Matthias. This is not a situation where no contact. Matthias asked the court to bar stalker from communicating directly or indirectly with Matthias and others, but this section must also read in conjunction with the other assistance needed section where Matthias asked the court to order stalker to cease and desist any and all online activity and communications, direct or indirect, relating to and so no, thank you. Keep sharing. Thank you. This is going to be the reply to that by my attorney. I actually have many attorneys now. I have 4 attorneys now. We're not taking this lightly. So this is in reply in support of request for civil stalking. Okay. Okay, ready? Okay. So this is my response written by one of my attorneys. Thank you to my attorney, Daston, in support of request for the civil stalking and petitioner. So in other words, free speech was a reason to not support the stalking injunction, and that I'm a public figure, even though public figures are often stalked. And I'm also going to point this out too, by the way, in this county where the stalking injunction is filed, Utah County, it is exactly where Charlie Kirk was when he was assassinated. Many people wondered why I haven't talked about that case. First off, there's only 3 of us and we can't hit every case. Very heartbreaking case. But secondly, that is in this area and it's about a public figure who was stalked. And you know what? It scares me. That scares me. I am scared. And that was a very overwhelming case. And I have yet to cover that case. Same county. Respondents' opposition. Fundamentally. Here we go. This is good. This is good. I thank you to my attorney for this. The respondent's opposition fundamentally mischaracterizes both the law and facts of this case by advancing two legally unsupported defenses. Number one, that the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. And number two, that creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's character constitutes protected public discourse. Both arguments fail as a matter of law. The evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documented exhibits, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that has caused petitioner to experience suicidal ideation for the first time in her life. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare that I cannot wake up from. That was from the third Matthias Declaration. The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections from anyone with an online presence and would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas. The court should reject respondent's attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment. The respondent's public figure defense has no basis in Utah stalking laws. The stalking statute makes no distinction based on public profile. Respondent's central argument, the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking, represents a fundamental misunderstanding of Utah law. Utah code is here, protects any person from stalking behavior. The statute contains no exception, limitation, or modification based on a person's public visibility, social media following, or participation in public discourse. Respondent incorrectly imports the public figure doctrine from defamation law, where it affects the burden of proof under New York Times v. Sullivan. This doctrine has no application to stalking law. The heightened standard for public figures in defamation cases does not extend to criminal harassment or stalking prosecutions. A victim's status as a public or private figure is irrelevant to stalking analysis. Public visibility does not waive protection from targeted harassment. Respondent argues that because petitioner uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, she should expect and tolerate alleged stalking behavior. This argument conflates two distinct legal concepts. Protected public discourse and criticism, that is First Amendment protected. But number two, targeted harassment and stalking, this is criminal and tortious conduct. Those are different. The First Amendment protects robust public debate and criticism. It does not protect courses of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress, targeted harassment campaigns, true threats, or stalking behaviors. See Virginia v. Black and Counterman v. Colorado. The First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that can threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment. The respondent's social media accounts constitute targeted harassment, not public discourse. The respondent's social media accounts exist solely to attack petitioner. The most compelling evidence that respondent's conduct constitutes stalking rather than protected speech is the singular purpose.
Yeah, it is a lot. What did your cat say? Well, I think she's got a plan of action. And I think now that everybody knows what's going on with her, she's going to realize maybe she should have spoke sooner because she has more support than she actually thought. But with those people, what those people were doing is they were putting her in fear. And so what, this is my opinion, what Lauren was doing was putting herself in a shell, right? And that's really scary and dark place to go. Oh, your avatar cat. I know, my ears, my eyes. I know, till 5:30 in the morning. But you know what? She had to get it all out. And it's good to know that she has 4 attorneys, but I kind of understand why, because Stalker lives in Utah. So you got to get a Utah lawyer, right? It's really sad if that girl don't care about Lauren or her husband, what about the little boy? And to find out she's married, she has a kid, she's Mormon, why don't she get kicked out of the church? Why don't the church know her behaviors? She is going to hell. This girl is going to hell. I can tell you that. Mm-hmm. Good for her. You got to take the power back. I agree. I agree. Because I do want to listen to the complete husband one. I want to see what timestamp we're at. 6:43. But I put, if you guys want to watch, I put Lauren's channel link in case nobody knows it. But everybody knows her. I know. If she's Mormon, can't she get shunned out of the church, kicked out with this kind of behavior? I don't know. I don't know. I just pray for the family, for their mental health, for her little boy to get better. Um, you know, what more can you say? But she's got to realize she has more love than she does these enemies. But I'm sure as of right now today, she don't feel that way. It's going to take her a while to get through, process all this. But down the road, she'll be like, hey, I made it through it, right? And she'll learn a huge, horrible lesson because these are horrible human beings that are doing this. I know, Melissa's funny. Melissa from the bushes. Melissa from the bushes. Yes, girl. And I want to thank J13 and Doodoo for being here. For being here with me for what? 5 hours almost? I was in shock at everything in this. I bet you if I watch this all over again, I'm going to pick up on things. And you said something really funny here. Where was your comment? Where was it, Doodoo? Hold on a minute. Drastic measures they all take. I cannot believe I'm watching all this again. I need to get a life. I thought that was funny. But it's for a good cause. It's good cause to show Lauren and her family that people are caring and we're going to have their back. That's what creators should do, right? Just to say, hey, we're here for you. I know it's kind of weird, ain't it? What's a okay? Occurs, or we can call you DDO, DDO, DDO. I know she's cute, ain't she cute? Oh gosh. So I need to look at the. I've seen her before, and she's laughing, thinking, "Oh, this is funny." You're an evil individual, stalker. Wow. Oh my God, she thinks this is funny. Oh my God. Double D's, double D's. Got some double D's, double D's. Oh my God, look at this girl. She's ugly. You know what makes her ugly? This horrible stuff she's doing. Hold on a minute. I'm going to see something here. Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah. Oh my God, my body hurts. You know what I did today? Oh God. It's been 2 days because the weather's like been like really cold, like 37, 40 degrees with 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Because me and Nala usually walk. So me and my dog, we went out today. It was beautiful. It was 55. It still had the wind gusts, but I just put a headband on, and me and Nala did 5 miles today in the woods. Yes, we did. Huh. I gotta go find the other girls. Believe me, I'll find them. I'll find every one of them. $75. But you know what? It was raining here too. And Nala missed it so much. You know how me and Nala go every day. And my legs hurt really bad. TikTok is not cooperating right now. I wonder how Stalker would feel if somebody was doing this to her family and her kid is so depressed that he's not eating and he has dark circles around his eyes because he don't have an appetite, that he's upset that he can't eat. And if that was your child, that's horrible. Oh God, I know, it's so confusing. Clear and sunny, huh? Nice. So yeah, I gotta go get Nala here soon. Anyways, so I'm not gonna show the stalker yet because I'm going to watch the stalker. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch the stalker and her friends. Oh God, you know what? I want to call her some bad names. I do. I'm looking at her face and how she's thinking this is funny, talking into her phone. You know what's? You know what? Let me say this. Somebody is going to see this, right? Not here. Not here. I mean, she's these girls got to realize she's got over 300,000 followers. She's not responsible for what people do, right? There could be somebody not right in the head, not wired right, just like them, but even more so, and come harm them by doing this. Do they ever think about that? That this behavior could get them unalived? By let's say Hidden True Crime has a psychopath. Okay? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't know. There could be such a bad outcome. There is a bad outcome. Can you believe she's been dealing with that this long? That's crazy to me. Mm-mm-mm. That's why I don't let my stuff go no more. I don't. I can't. Nope. It's not healthy. Double D's. We got double D's in the house. Yes, we do. You know, I'm watching this girl, some of her TikToks, and you know what they're doing? They're looking at the camera and they're talking about her, right? But they're doing it in a way for Lauren, and I can see that, to scare her, to intimidate her. This is so strange to me. It's sick. It's sick. So hopefully they'll get sued, arrested, something. Something's going to have to give at this point in time. Let me tell you, somebody should do it. If anything, law and crime, instead of wanting to be at the court hearing of the protection order, should have did a documentary and reached out to Lauren, right? You think? I'm just saying, I am no professional. This is just my opinion. I don't know. Do you see how I'm like triggered from this? I am. I'm triggered. I'm triggered in the sense because I've been here before. And what she's going through, oh God. I mean, you got a whole group of them at one time. And I bet you it's just a few of them, and they probably got 20, 30 accounts. They're the ones leaving the messages. They are in the comments. That's right, double D's. Especially if they get caught by cops. Good. Hey, what if somebody harms himself? That little boy is sick right now. When a child don't eat, do you know how we all know? If you got kids, you know. Yeah. They probably don't even understand the feelings that they're feeling, right? But they're taking on what their parents are going through, and they can feel it. All right, well, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the stalker and her crew. That doesn't mean I'm going to subscribe to them, because I don't want them to know when I'm checking in on them and watching what's going on. I just want to see how their minds work, how they think this is okay. I don't understand it. And it's amazing to me because the attention they're getting, then you get people like me. I'm lucky if I can get 10 people in chat, and I'm lucky if I can get 25 views on a video for all the work I do. Yeah, and it's not done. There's a lot more. I can't believe all the views they're getting. That's crazy to me. Unreal. All right. I want to thank everybody for coming through. Anybody who watches the replay, my prayers and thoughts are with Lauren and her family. You'll get through this. And yeah. And I'm going to make people aware of these type of people online. And God, these ones are bad though. They really are. All right, everybody. I gotta go get Nola. Nola's my dog. She's at my dad's. Okay, bye-bye.